from ESCOM, as highlighted by the speaker, has resulted in a number of socioeconomic rights, but we've also heard the impact it has on the mental health of those affected, which goes to the issue of seriti or dignity in the people who are affected. So those are the recaps in quite high level, short submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Makwasha. In the interest of time, we will start with day 2. You will see from the program we're supposed to start with the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee and the United Front. However, they are unfortunately stuck in traffic. They will be here soon, before 9:30, they say. However, we will swap the program. We will start with NESA. The representative from NESA is here. She has kindly agreed to go ahead now while we wait for the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee. So may I call the NESA representative to take the stand? I think they need you in front of the mics. You can move the files. No. Good morning, ma'am. If you can just introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Vuyiswa Makubane. I am a regulatory specialist at the National Energy Regulator of South Africa.
Thank you so much. So if you can just switch off the mic. So in terms of the procedure, we will give you time to outline your testimony. We did receive the submission from the CEO of NESA. We have read it. So the ask is for you just to highlight some key aspects of the submission and any other additional submissions. Of course, you don't have to stick strictly to what you presented in, when was it? It is not dated. Yes, in January. Maybe subsequently you've had a chance to add some of to this submission, the 27th of January. So, yes, the ask is for you just to highlight some key aspects. But if you could start by, for the benefit of residents and viewers, by telling us a little bit about NESA. The submission doesn't go there. That was not the ask. But as we always say, the inquiry is for accountability, but it's also pedagogical to educate members of the public. So a lot of confusion about the difference between NESA, ESCOM, Ministry of Electricity, where one starts, where one ends. So I'm inviting you as part of your first submission, if you're comfortable, just to give you an overview of the regulator and so forth and so forth. So the way we're going to proceed is that I'm going to swear you in. You will then outline your testimony. Please take your time, speak slowly. There is sign interpretation, so just to give them an opportunity to be able to follow you. We'll then hand it over to the evidence leaders to pose some questions, to essentially assist you to unpack some aspects. We'll then end with the panel also posing some questions. I forgot to introduce the panel. Once again, my name is Tsepo Madlingozi, one of the 7 commissioners at the Human Rights Commission. I'll be chair of this inquiry. On the panel, I'm joined by Commissioner Advocate Sandra Makwasha, who is also a commissioner at the Human Rights Commission. So, for purposes of swearing you in, could you state your full names for the record, please?
Vuyiswa Makubane.
Do you prefer to swear or to make an affirmation?
Swearing is fine, thanks.
Thank you. Let's do it then. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, will you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
Thank you so much. The witness is Jolie sworn in. You may proceed, Ms. Vuyiswa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself as well as the panel of commissioners, as well as all the stakeholders in the room. I must first start by apologizing for our CEO, who is unable to join today due to previous engagements. So as a background, let me just start by indicating that NERSA is a regulatory authority that is established as a juristic person, and is established in terms of Section 3 of the National Energy Regulator Act. The energy regulator regulates 3 industries. That is electricity, in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act of 2006, as well as the amended Act, which has been recently amended in 2024. Am I too far? No problem, no problem. So we regulate the electricity industry, we regulate the piped gas industry in terms of the Gas Act, as well as the petroleum pipelines industries. Our mandate primarily is to regulate prices and tariffs of these natural monopoly industries. You would understand that electricity is a public good, and it has been it is predominantly a very high capital intensive industry, and it is prone to natural monopolies. And so for the protection of the public, we regulate the prices that they're able to charge. Further, we license the different activities that would be under electricity. For example, we license generation, we license transmission, distribution, trading, we license import, export, and we will soon license system operation and market operation. So our mandate is really to mimic a market in a naturally monopolistic environment, and thereby ensure the balance of the protection of customers as well as the sustainability of that particular industry. So if I can just touch on some of our objectives that become critical in this conversation around load reduction, is that we have an objective that is to facilitate the universal access to electricity. But we also have a mandate to facilitate the fair balance between the interest of customers, end users, licensees, as well as investors in the electricity supply industry. So we play a balancing act. So in order to give effect to the objectives and the powers and duties as mandated by our regulation, or rather by our act, we are further mandated to develop regulatory tools. These are codes and rules and standards which are then utilized by the industry players in order to ensure these objectives of a sustainable operation of this industry. And part of these tools include the grid codes. The grid codes then become grid codes. The grid codes then become license conditions that are applicable to sector participants, including distributors, including Eskom, including utilities. From time to time, these codes make reference to what we call national rationalization specifications. These are NRS standards. These standards are developed by an industry association made up of industry experts, including utilities as well as the regulator. And so to that end, we have a standard that is called the NRS 048-9. This standard is called the Code of Practice for Load Reduction Practices, System Restoration Practices, and Critical Load and Essential Load Requirements under the power system emergencies. This standard has been adopted by the energy regulator, making it part of the license conditions that are applicable to licensees. This standard has recently been reviewed. In the main, it outlines how load shedding should be implemented, and you would know that recently there's been a review of the standard to increase the levels of load shedding with the different stages. But this standard further indicates the following. It should also be noted that emergency load reduction is not only required under generation capacity shortages, but could also arise due to regional or local transmission and distribution network constraints. And this is as far as it goes in terms of making reference to load reduction as a result of network constraints in particular. It must be highlighted that it wasn't necessarily envisioned that load reduction will be implemented to the extent that we are seeing today, as it was envisioned that it will be used under rare emergencies. And so in response to the increasing levels of load reduction that we are seeing, the NRS committee, which I made reference to, and in which NERSA is a member, is currently formulating a working group to address the issues that have been identified. And this review will then take into account ensuring that licenses are guided on how to properly implement load reduction without adversely affecting paying customers. In terms of the justification for load shedding, I must indicate that from the standards and the technical codes and rules, it's primarily around the prevention of equipment failure and ensuring that equipment is not operated above its design limits, and thereby ensure the sustainability and reliability of the national grid. So it is quite preoccupied with the integrity of the network. It is meant to be a tool that is available to a network system operator in order for them to ensure that they are operating the network in a sustainable manner, and that they are not putting the network in irresponsible danger. The load shedding and the load reduction, the philosophies around such standards is that you will rather have I won't call it an inconvenience because of the adverse impact, but you would rather have a pain that is tolerable over a short period rather than destroying an equipment resulting in you having to replace it, and that would take much longer, and given financial constraints, it is the worser of the two. So I think that is just the underlying philosophy around why some of these technical standards are put in place. So in terms of justification in law, although I've touched on it, we are of the view that the justification is in the Electricity Regulation Act. As we are mandated and licensees are mandated to operate the integrated network in an efficient manner, in a sustainable manner, in a way that seeks to protect it at all times. And so the legal framework then is, in our view, the act that regulates the electricity sector. Further, the act further extends that mandate to licensees who operate networks, to say that they are bound to operate those networks in an efficient manner, but also in line with rules and codes and license conditions that the energy regulator would have put in place, as I've touched on the standards and the codes previously. So licensees are bound to operate this asset, which is a national asset, which is a common asset that is used for national good, in a manner that is sustainable. So the NRS 048-9 is then outlines that reduction practices can be implemented by the network service provider in order to safeguard the integrity of the network. I will touch, and Chair, I'm proceeding sort of in the order that the questions were asked. So I'll touch briefly on some of the less restrictive measures that are available, and just to highlight that NERSA, of course, continuously explores less restrictive measures, and really this is also part of some of the recommendations that we are making around the encouragement of the use of prepaid meters, for example. Colleagues yesterday did mention some of those issues of energy efficiency, and rolling out those kind of programs which then deal with that demand management, especially at peak, whereby you are able to put systems in place to make sure that your peak demand, which is at the time where you start to impose this extreme operation on the infrastructure, can be mitigated. Of course, maintenance and infrastructure development go without saying, and of course the issue of the electricity affordability discussion, as well as advocating for the enhancement of projects to support the indigent, become quite important. FBE and its uptake was raised quite strongly yesterday. And by the way, Chairperson, we were here yesterday all day, and so we got a good appreciation of the impact, and so we are quite concerned with the uptake of FBE, and we are advocating around the processes around the implementation of FBE need to be less cumbersome. They need to still preserve the dignity of people. People must not be made to feel like they're begging. So the processes that we put in place need to really be customer-centric. So certainly Mr. Mahonyane, Mr. Mtombeni, and Mr. Siali, they really comprehensively dealt with the issue of the impact of load reduction on residences yesterday. And so I won't delve into it deeply, because I think we have a good appreciation. Suffice to say that the situation is certainly dire and unsustainable, and so we are of the strong view that something has to be done. So having said that regarding our obligation to ensure that there's technical standards to preserve the integrity of the network, NERSA is also mandated to protect the electricity consumer. As I've indicated, that we play a role which balances two functions. So NERSA is continuously implementing several mitigating factors to just deal with the impact on human rights, and that includes the collaboration with distributors, municipalities, to improve issues of payment collection and reduce legal connections. I must highlight that especially around the enforcement of compliance on on distributors, there's a lot of problems. But we do this through our audits that we do on municipalities. And I must also highlight that from an enforcement capacity perspective, the Amendment Act has gone a lot further to empower us to more effectively and efficiently enforce compliance on licenses in general. We also do a lot of programs of community awareness. Part of our mandate is to keep stakeholders aware, to keep stakeholders informed around the regulated industries and how it affects them. And we do this through our customer education programs, which reach out to communities and highlight issues around the availability of FBE, highlight issues around the importance of paying for electricity, issues around the dangers of illegal connections and issues of tampering with equipment. So these are highlighted on a continuous basis at communities. Of course, issues of ensuring that the maintenance of infrastructure is done and that refurbishments are done is front of mind for us. It's also part of our auditing scope, but also as part of our revenue allocation processes to ensure that we allow costs for licensees to undertake these activities. Of course, in general, the revenue setting, we are always seeking to ensure that only efficient costs are passed on to the consumer. And so we become that advocate for the consumer to ensure that big monopolies do not exercise their market power from a tariff setting perspective. So we further, as part of our mandate, we are mandated to do dispute resolution. So if a customer and end user is unhappy with the treatment by a licensee, they are welcome, and we are mandated to resolve disputes by either mediation or arbitration, which has been added to our mandate I think I must indicate that the Organization for Progressive Legal Practitioners yesterday rightly highlighted the complexity of the problem and that it needs a multifaceted approach to solving it. So there is no silver bullet in terms of what needs to happen in order for us to get to a point of resolving this. And so there's roles that different organizations can play, including government, issues of dealing with the wider socio-economic factors that are resulting in the unemployment, the poverty, and the inequality, which really create a fertile ground for some of the social ills that we are seeing around illegal connections, etc. So that is something that, as a government, we need to be looking into. Of course, monitoring the implementation of government programs such as FBE to make sure that they actually reach the intended recipients and they have the kind of impact that were envisioned when they were created. We're also proposing a very important partnerships with municipalities to deal with issues of collection, reduce illegal connections, increasing the uptake of programs that seek to assist the indigent, just in order to ensure that we go as far as possible to not create an environment that makes illegality rife. And so municipalities must also further investigate the installation of prepaid meters, as I've indicated previously, and the use of innovation and technology, because the technology is there. It's just a matter of prioritizing its use. And again, probably lastly that I want to mention is the civil society, a partnership around just improving programs such as energy efficiency, but also mobilizing around the intolerance of the illegal use of electricity and not normalizing that in our communities. So, Chair, in terms of the recommendations that we've put, I won't go through all of them. You have them, and you can just indicate if you want me to delve into any of them. But we are recommending issues around enhancement of monitoring and enforcement. So issues of illegal connections, of course. We are also wanting to highlight that the infrastructure development must be prioritized, because you would find that, of course, this matter is exacerbated by illegal connections, etc. But you do have infrastructure that is not even adequate for the legitimate demand that you have. And so issues of ensuring that infrastructure development is prioritized and we can certainly play a part in that. Of course, advanced metering solutions are also highlighted, community engagement and education, collaboration with municipalities. So, I mean, there was mention of how colleagues who work in the utilities are the ones who are. So issues of illegality that is known by the community, we encourage the community to bring those forward. And so I know that our South African police will probably touch on how they are collaborating with communities to deal with issues of illegality. Of course, the issue of supporting the vulnerable communities, I've touched on that. Energy efficiency initiatives, I've touched on that. Policy and regulatory framework to ensure that our policy is robust, and I've made mention of the intention to review the standard to then more directly talk to load reduction, so that it is not used for anything other than what it was intended. It wasn't intended as a punishing tool. It was intended to protect the infrastructure and nothing else. Issues around stakeholder collaboration, of course, I have touched on that, just to think around what solutions can we come up with. What kind of off-grid solutions can we come up with? If we're thinking around what kind of program can we do that's gonna help reduce the peak in the afternoon? Everyone comes home and cooks. What kind of program can we look into? Whether it's solar geysers, a small solar system. What kind of programs can we put into that are more efficient from a cost-benefit perspective, but help to reduce the problem of particularly the peak? And of course, research and development in terms of the use of innovation and technology to solve this problem. Chair, I will stop there and hand over back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was clear and well-paced, so we could follow you. And thank you for adding to the submission that you made. We'll now hand over to the evidence leaders. Colleagues, as I said, we also use this opportunity as a pedagogical exercise. So, Ms. Vuyusa, some of the questions might sound obvious, but please do bear with us. Some of the questions are questions that the communities wanted to ask you, but they are not here, so we will be asking those questions. So, as I said, bear with us if some of the questions seem tight and obvious. Over to you, evidence leaders. Mr. Mdambe, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I think the best place to start would be to say a huge chunk of these questions are going to be around the scope of the inquiry. There isn't anything outside of the scope that has already been set out in terms of the notice that was served to NERSA. So basically the questions are going to be within that scope. That I don't want to regurgitate it, but it's on page 1 of our bundle. Chair, yeah, but may I make a request? I don't have to read them, or do I? I don't have to read them. Thank you very much, Chair. But they exist as part of page 1 and page 2 of our bundle. Oh yeah, yes, and also the NESA notice is on 101. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, so they're also there as well. So I won't read them back to you. I think the best place to start for us, it wouldn't be because I think you've well articulated this point, where NESA locates its powers. I think the best place for me to start with is that in the legislation itself, in the relationship that you have with the other stakeholders that are set out in the legislation, the emphasis is always on customers and end users. That's correct. You could say yes or no.
Yes.
And by definition, what we mean by customers as set out in the Act, in the Electricity Regulation Act, is someone who has a relationship with someone who's providing a service.
Correct.
Part of what we heard yesterday is that there are people who fall outside of that relationship. There is a term which is going to be used here, which is energy racism. The term seems to suggest that there are people who exist outside of that relationship. In your submission, there is this concession, at least at page 107 of the bundle. The CEO of NESA writes, "We acknowledge that load reduction disproportionately affects the poor and the working class, impacting their access to basic services, education, health, and overall quality of life." That is as a concession that NESA is making, to suggest that there are people who are invisible in this relationship. So now the question that I want to ask is, how are these people who are invisible in this relationship accessing electricity? We were told in the presentation yesterday that these people live in informal settlements. We are told that these people may be elderly people. There may be women-headed household, child-headed households, and they probably can't afford electricity. Where are they located in the policy itself, the load reduction code, as you've mentioned it?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as I've indicated, NESA has got a dual function. So the code will define the technical specifications that must be met by a licensee or an operator of a licensed activity. But NESA also has a role to protect customers. So the technical document may not speak to an individual customer, but NERSA's other mandate of protecting customers. I have indicated dispute resolution process. I've indicated our obligation to educate and communicate with stakeholders. Those are activities that NERSA undertakes in order to play this balancing role. And so that from a policy perspective, so for example, I can quote as an objective of our act, it talks about us needing to balance the interest of current and future customers, end users, but it also include licensees and investors. So that objective alone shows you that our responsibility is to be a middleman. And so to the extent that there is parts of these customers and end users who find themselves not receiving a service of being protected as customers, there is latitude for them to make use of the regulator as per the objectives of the Act, as well as the processes and systems that NERSA has in place in that regard. So I don't know if that answers your question, or I needed to touch on something else.
No, it partly does, at least by implication. Maybe let me ask it directly. If you are not a customer, the code, and the entire spectrum, the entire edifice of the relationship would not say anything about you.
The code talks to customers in relation to their interface with the network, right? So customers are expected as service receivers from a network service provider, for example, to behave in a certain way insofar as they are interfacing with the network. So the obligation to operate the network in an efficient and sustainable manner cuts both ways. You'd also note that a customer can also be a licensee who's receiving a service from a transmitter, for example, or as a distributor, I'm receiving a service from a transmitter. To the extent that I interface with the network, I have an obligation to act in a way that is sustainable.
Let me ask a follow-up question to that. In your opening submissions, you spoke about a vision of universal access to electricity. Now, how do you square that vision with what the evidence leader is communicating, that there are people who find themselves outside of the system, not because of their fault, but because they've not been normalized? What is NERSA's responsibility and obligations in that regard?
I think it is really with much difficulty that we seek to ensure that the services provided by the regulator are well communicated and known by stakeholders. Our responsibility is to ensure that as far as possible, we go to communities and indicate what our role is. Our mandate, though, is narrow in that they are, when we're talking about socioeconomic factors that are creating an environment that enforces a certain exclusion. For us, it's really to ensure that we hold our licensees accountable to the license conditions that we have provided, but that communities approach us when they're being mistreated by the licensees. They have every opportunity to do that, and as far as possible, we have a program that goes to communities. And when we talk to communities, we're talking to communities in the areas that are quite disadvantaged, because we understand that that's where the information is not reaching, and so we try to make ourselves available in that manner. I must also highlight that our dispute resolution function has been enhanced to also include arbitration, which would then allow us to make decisions around findings under the different cases that we'll be taking. It has further given us a lot more latitude around compliance enforcement. I think previously, for us to even be able to revoke a license, it needed to go to the High Court. So the Amendment Act has given us more latitude around penalties that we can impose, ensuring the establishment of a tribunal due to license conditions not being met. So it's given us more power to enforce compliance by licensees, and also assist customers who are service receivers from these licenses. So I think I want to indicate that ours is to have a licensee who's bound by certain laws, and all of those laws are put in place in order to protect the customer, and to ensure that they are able to continue providing the service on a continuous basis.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I want to refer to page 107, and this is paragraph 2 of the submission, and it says, load reduction is implemented to prevent equipment failure due to illegal connections and overuse of electricity. I think you've already highlighted that first part. That's not what I'm concerned with. Let me go to the part that I'm concerned with. It says, particularly in areas where there is non-payment of where non-payment of electricity is prevalent. So that's one part that I'm interested in. I haven't come to the question. And then it says, as this is the last sentence, and then it says, and ensure the continued supply of electricity to paying customers. So there are two words there. The first one is load reduction is applied in areas where there is prevalent non-payment, but also the objective is to prioritize those who are paying. That's the sum, the total sum of the submission there. I wanted to ask you this question. Is this a concession that the road load reduction specifically targets people who are living in poor circumstances?
Absolutely not. I think it's worded a bit unfortunately. The sentence around the sentence pertaining to areas where non-payment, it is meant to say that it seems to prevail in areas where there is a lot of non-payment and stealing of electricity. I must emphasize that load reduction is meant to protect the infrastructure only. It's meant to ensure that the infrastructure is not operated beyond its design limits. And so the assertion must not be misunderstood to mean that we go and find non-paying customers and we switch them off, and we find paying ones and we keep them on. It is a localized function that is available to the network service provider to say that that particular infrastructure is overloading because it's drawing more load than it was designed to, and you reduce on that basis and that basis alone. And so I must say that the wording is a bit unfortunate, but it is not meant to say that it's targeted poor communities. It's just prevalent in poor communities because that's where you'd normally find issues of illegal connections. Yeah.
I like to say something about that submission, that it sort of it makes invisible the human tragedy,
Yeah.
and amplifies
Absolutely.
the objective to be about the machines. Now I want to emphasize the human point. The human point is this. The human point is that those who are vulnerable, those who are not customers, and this is set out in the policy itself, there's no reference to anyone who's not a customer. And as well as this, does support that people who are essentially poor would not have electricity. That's the policy as it stands right now.
I must also highlight that, and taking your point, so programs like the FBE, for example, are meant to support indigenous. Programs like the different tariff structures that, sorry, I just need to, apologies for that. Programs like different tariff structures that need to, oh, I'm so sorry. Different programs like different tariff structures that are structured in such a way that poorer customers or lower consuming customers' tariffs are set at levels lower. Are all initiatives to ensure that that we are cognizant of the fact that there is inequality in our society. And so our emphasis is to the efficient use of those. It's the efficient use of ensuring that different municipalities' prices are aligned. You'd find that there's municipalities in far areas which it costs more for them to be connected simply because they are in the outskirts. And those municipalities would be charged a higher tariff just based on how the tariff structures are made. So initiatives of restructuring some of these tariffs will go a long way into bringing the issue of affordability, so that we are constantly mindful of the different affordability levels that are found within our society. And what we are recommending as part of the advocating that we are doing with the different ministries is to look again in terms of the sufficiency of the 50 kilowatt hours as an FBE, to benchmark what is a typical consumption of a family, and to also rethink family structures. I mean, African families are bigger. And so should we be thinking around consumption, or should we be thinking about the actual circumstance of a particular family? So in our minds, the ensuring that we make good use of programs available to support the indigent is more important.
Ms. Vuyiswa, may I ask you to keep the responses short?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Please, and also to address the question, you'll come to the other submission. You've already submitted that, but the purpose now is to respond to specific questions, please. So if you can keep it short and clear. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for that. I didn't know how to relay it, but I got the answer. And I definitely want to move to this point, and this is where we are. So we've established that the customers are the only people, and that there is now a new group of people who come through the FBE policy. That policy is not within NESA's terrain. It's being implemented by municipalities, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay. How does NESA monitors or audits people who could apply for that policy for the purposes of doing what you say you do around that policy? Because what you have already said is not in the load reduction policy. It doesn't exist anywhere in the framework. I suppose it's part of your advocacy and public awareness work that you do on the side. How do you ensure that the FBE group of society is able not only to access but it's also we are able to monitor and audit who is entitled in terms of that policy?
Yeah. I think in terms of monitoring, we do monitor to what extent municipalities are issuing FBEs. We haven't monitored who is entitled in each municipality. But what we're doing as part of advocacy is because FBE is funded from National Treasury, and as a first stance to increase the uptake, because Treasury does make allocations to different municipalities, and you find that in our monitoring of how much FBE has actually been issued, it's a lot less than the money that has been issued. So from a monitoring perspective and an advocacy perspective, is to advocate around the treasuries ensuring that the money that they issue to municipalities is indeed used for FBEs, and that it doesn't find itself being reallocated to other functions. But in terms of monitoring who's entitled, we have not done that, no.
Maybe a short question on that would be, do you have that monitoring report where you get that information? Is that it's at your disposal? It doesn't have to be now.
Yeah. So it's information that municipalities provide to us, so we can collate for any particular year that you would want to see.
As you've mentioned the review bit, and I swear, Chair, this is my second last question. You've mentioned the review bit. To what extent does the issue of the invisible group that we've spoken about here is included in the conversation of the review of the policy itself?
Yeah. So you mean the review of the NRS standard? Yeah, I think it's still at its beginning stages, and I indicated that NERSA is a member of the committee that will develop or review the standard. So it will be front in mind for us to ensure that the protection of customers finds itself in that review. Like I said, it's in the beginning stages.
Front in mind, meaning it will be
taken into account.
Yeah,
sorry.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sitebe, any questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for your submission. Good morning, Commissioner Makwasha. Mr. Mdabe has assisted me with yesterday's page 1 and 2. It's now on page 99. It goes on 101. I'll be focused on 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7. That's not the extent of my questions. I'm just highlighting that the few questions I have will cover these 9 points. So to assist the witness and the panel, it's from 99. I'll focus on documents from page 99 to 108, and then resume again on page 613 until 619. That's both are NERSA submissions, correct. Chairperson, and yourself, ma'am, Chairperson mentioned that part of this exercise is to also inform the public how NERSA works, how it interfaces with municipalities and ESCOM and so on. So the next questions are purely for information and educational purposes. Who are your licensees? Can you mention 5 of your top licensees, one being ESCOM, I assume, but who are the 3, 4 more?
So it's all the distributors, which is all the municipalities. So it is your metros, it is City of Joburg, it is Tshwane, it is every municipality that distributes electricity. It is the NTCSA, which is the Transmission System Operator. It is trading licensees, traders, import exporters.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you for that. Helpful in terms of positioning where ESCOM comes in and where municipalities come in. Now, the NRS, the grid codes, as you called them, what is their binding effect to your licensees? Can they ignore them? Can they implement part of it? Are they binding to your licensees?
They are binding. As I quoted, I think it was section 21, that the licensees are bound to operate with within the license conditions. So the grid codes form part of the license conditions. The NRS standard as adopted by NERSA forms part of the license conditions.
Correct. You assisted us with, I'm looking for the code that the NERSA code that speaks to, NRS 048-9. When was it distributed or given effect to? Do you know?
It was reviewed last year. I can double check the actual date, but it was late last year that it was approved by the energy regulator.
And then this is the first time NERSA spoke about load reduction. Hence, only last year was this code.
It was a review of an existing standard. So the NRS 048 standard has been in play for quite some time. It was just reviewed last year to enhance certain provisions.
Okay, so the first one, did it speak about load reduction as well?
Yes.
When was the first one reviewed? Do you know?
I will double check the dates. It would be some time back,
The purpose of this question or this exercise is this. You will know that Mr. Kaukelo Mkhajane yesterday testified that his community has particularly been impacted for over 5 to 6 years. So the reason I'm asking that question is because if this was reviewed last year, where was it 5 to 6 years ago when the Makau community was suffering from what he termed prolonged power outages? But for colloquial terms, let's use load reduction that started with them already 6 years ago.
Yeah, so like I say, that the standard itself has been in place for quite some time, and I will share with the Commission the actual date. It's a living document, and you'd find that with a lot of our codes, the first draft may have been easily 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I just made mention of a review to enhance issues such as increasing the numbers of load shedding. So the standard itself has been in place.
Thank you for that.
And I will
thank you for that. Dispute resolution, I couldn't find it in your submission, so I was very happy when you mentioned it in your oral presentation. Have you ever been an arbiter to any dispute resolution regarding load reduction? Has any of your customers or end users came to you and said, look, I'm having a problem with this municipality or this licensee, can you please decide who's wrong or right here?
Sure, it would be difficult for me to know exactly if that case has come up. Our dispute resolution deals with many different cases around their interface with the licensees, including frequent failures. So I wouldn't be surprised if there has been several that were specific to load reduction. I'm happy to provide the Commission with...
please do, especially if they are in writing. Obviously, they would have to be, because you are basically convening a tribunal to determine who's right or wrong in this. So please provide them to us. Again, I'm traversing grounds you've already walked on. Page 106 of your bundle, the last sentence, part of it reads as follows. We ensure that load reduction is implemented only as is. It's not my reading. As measure to safeguard the national grid and ensure the stability of the electricity supply. And then in your submission, you mentioned that it was not at all meant to be punitive. And I agree with you, and I think the panel will also agree with you. What then happens when you found that municipality or licensees is using load reduction as a punitive nerve? This is not my submission, by the way. Kaukalo Mohajani yesterday said, ESCOM is using load reduction as a trick. He mentioned other words I won't repeat for purposes of today. What then happens when NESA finds that load reduction is used to punish indigent and invincible communities?
Yeah. So that particular licensee will be in breach of its license conditions. Customers may approach the regulator to formally submit a complaint in that regard. And NERSA would then investigate and take steps to enforce compliance, as well as enforce any other penalty that would have been deemed applicable.
Okay. I was quite... the response to Mr. Mdabe's question about the implementation, it affects non-paying, you prioritize paying, and you corrected that submission and said that's not necessarily the case. But owing from testimony yesterday, we're finding that poor and marginalized communities are the only ones who are subject to, we're not finding yet. Submission yesterday where that load reduction is targeted into, and I can't imagine that Makau would put pressure on the grid. It's a small village, very far from cities, or at least his submission was very far from cities. The nearest is Harankua, on the other side is Mututlu. So how does a small village like Makau finding itself putting pressure on the grid so much so that you have to load reduct them, if it's not that it's meant to punish them?
Yeah. Remember, load reduction is localized, while load shedding is a system and nationwide capacity constraint issue from a generation side. Load reduction is localized. So it's saying this particular community connected to this infrastructure is drawing more load than this infrastructure can handle. So it's possible for a small community, if their infrastructure is not designed to meet all of their demand, and whether the reason it's not designed to meet all of that demand, whether the reason is maybe poor planning or excessive illegal connections, but it's that infrastructure that's being affected. And so it's possible in that sense because it's quite localized. Yeah, sorry.
As a follow-up, thank you, Dr. Sitebe. As a follow-up to that question, so a community finds itself in a situation where there's not being investment in infrastructure, so it's already disadvantaged.
Yeah.
On top of that, then it is cut off because the infrastructure itself cannot cope with the demand. Isn't that punishment, in a sense? Double punishment, in a sense, double jeopardy.
Yeah, and that's why the prioritization of infrastructure development, especially by municipalities, is critical. And you would know that looking at the state of municipalities from an infrastructure maintenance and development, it's not good. And so we take the point that it is absolutely a double punishment, particularly if it's really due to poor planning. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mlombo.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Ms. Sorry, I'm trying to get the name. Ms. Makubane. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Makubane. I'm just hoping the chair will be a bit kind to me because I do have, I had more questions than answers when I read the submission. But let me just start on page 107 so that I just get clarity on what you meant by the unfortunate phrasing of that response. On page 117, paragraph 2, you said it was not phrased properly because the justification given there is twofold and is consistent with information that we've previously received, that you load shed where people are not paying, you load shed because to safeguard the integrity of the local grid. So it is consistent with the evidence that has been laid, is consistent with prior submissions received from Eskom. So are you saying now there is no twofold justification for load reduction? Is that what you are saying, that this is incorrect?
So from a regulatory perspective, and from the intention of the tool that I referenced, which really talks to load reduction, can be used in cases of network constraint.
Mm-hmm.
From a regulatory perspective, that is the only document that we reference, and so that is our submission.
Okay, and therefore then we can accept that the submission from Advocate Sithole, which brings up the twofold justification, is incorrect insofar as it references the issue of using load reduction to deal with non-paying customers.
Yeah. So the meaning was to indicate that it is prevalent in areas where there is illegal connections and non-payment.
Okay. In the evidence that was laid today, yesterday, my apologies, we're told that there are two instances where people could possibly not be paying. The first instance is the one that was dealt with extensively by my learned colleague, the issue of people who are connecting illegally, meaning they are not customers, they're not recognized. And the second instance, we're told that there are people who are connected legally, but they may have tampered with the meter, resulting in them either not paying at all or not paying all their dues. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, the issue of overloading of the transformer could possibly apply where there are people who are connecting illegally, meaning the transformer was meant for 10 households and now you have 10 unknown people connecting illegally, and that then could result in the overloading of the transformer, correct?
Correct.
But in instances where you have 10 households who are connected, in an instance where you have 10 households who are connected legally, right? And you find that some of them are tampering with the meter so that they don't pay, that will not necessarily result in the overloading of the transformer. Because when the transformer was built, it was built for those 10 households. The only thing in question is that they are not paying, but that should not necessarily result in the overloading of the transformer.
Yeah, no, the overloading of the transformer would be the load increasing beyond its design limits.
And that is normally due to illegal connection.
Yes.
Okay. So in that scenario where we have two classes of non-payers, you must then accept that there is no necessary connection between non-payment and the overloading of the grid.
Yes.
There is no necessary connection. You can have a grid that is not, you can have people who are not paying, but the grid is not overloaded.
I'm struggling with wanting to connect payment with overloading, because that's just not technically the case. And so I'm gonna have difficulty if I must agree to something that loses the context. So my position and what we are indicating in terms of the reason for load reduction and what is made reference in the NRS standard is that it is to protect the infrastructure and to ensure that we don't use infrastructure beyond. So I'm struggling to deal with this payment connection that
Okay.
we are making. Yeah.
Okay, but it is not me who brought this complication. You brought this complication in your submission
Yes,
to say that there is some connection between non-payment and overloading of grid. And that's basically that is the very submission I'm trying to unpack, to say there is no necessary connection between the two.
Yeah.
So would you agree that there is no, non-payment is one thing, overloading of the grid is another thing. There's no necessary connection between the two.
Correct.
Okay, so you do agree. Thank you for that clarity. That is also my understanding. And just to be clear, then because you say according to the policy, load reduction can only be used to protect the grid. Therefore, we can accept then load reduction cannot be used legitimately as a revenue collecting mechanism. All right, and you've already indicated that this is in contradiction of licensing conditions, and licensees who do that will be held to account. All right, I then want to now deal with the issue you've raised on page 106. Or that was raised in NESA's submission on page 106. Paragraph 1. And I will deal with the last sentence where we say we ensure that load reduction is implemented only as a measure to safeguard the national grid, right? And ensure the stability of electricity supply. This appears to now be a third justification, because we talked about safeguarding the integrity of, the local grid. But here the submission is that it can also be used as a measure to safeguard the national grid. Can you just unpack how does I know load shedding does contribute to the national grid, but how does load reduction contribute to the national grid?
Yeah. So you must remember also that the grid is interconnected.
Okay.
It's an integrated grid, and so preserving and ensuring infrastructure at any parts of the grid ensures the integrity of the whole. So anything happening at downstream, at distribution level, may have impact on the upstream part of the network. So it was just making reference to our objective of ensuring the integrity of the grid as a whole. Thanks.
All right. No, thanks for that clarity. And maybe let me say the reason I was asking that question is there is already a school of thought, or thought among others, that the so-called end to load shedding may have been made possible by load reduction at localized level. So maybe if I can just hear your comment on that. Do you believe there could be merit at all to say, the reduction in load shedding that we've experienced is because we've been reducing in communities that are not so visible and who will not really complain as much as other communities who may have more power and more access to,
Yeah, no, Chair, I wouldn't be able to confirm or comment on whether that theory holds any kind of water.
Okay. Thank you. Then I just want to go now to the legal framework for the legal justification for load reduction. You indicated that it is justified by the Electricity Regulation Act. And I've gone through the act, and it was not immediately, it was not immediately apparent to me where I would locate load reduction within the act. Perhaps you can just refer me to the relevant provisions.
So what I've indicated in our presentation is that we are mandated to ensure the operation of the network sustainably and effectively. And we are also mandated to develop rules to give effect to that. So the ERA itself is not going to make mention of how you're going to do something. We are mandated to then develop the technical standards and codes to then give effect to what the ERA requires us to do. That is what I tried to explain.
All right, you can refer me, please, so that I can locate that.
We made reference to section 21(1), and then I can just add the reference to section 35 in terms of our mandate to develop rules.
Okay, you say it's section 21?
The entire section 21, you can reference it, but starting with 21(1). And then what empowers us to develop rules also you can make reference to section 35.
All right, and I also see section 15, is that another area where will you source that, that power?
Section 15 is with reference to tariff setting.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at. Okay, you are talking about the National Regulator Act.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at also at the Electricity Regulations Act.
No, I'm talking about the Electricity Regulation Act. Section 15 is tariff principles.
Okay. All right, thanks. We will look at that, but like I said, I could not immediately locate that power. But you say that your rule is to make what general regulations around the safeguarding of the grid.
Yes, we develop regulatory tools such as codes and rules and standards.
Okay, and those tools do not necessarily have to be load reduction per se, but it can be any tool that contributes to that objective.
Correct.
Okay. And I just then want to, you've also, as part of the framework, you referred to the grid codes. Okay, and in his response, the minister also referred to the grid codes 47 as well as 48?
048.
048 and 047.
Yeah.
Okay, and you've already taken us through the process by which the codes are developed. I want to take you, maybe let's start with the code 048. The 048 is on page 456 of the 456 of the bundle, yes. Are you there? Yeah, it's the second bundle. Okay, the code itself starts from page 452, but I want to focus on 456. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like I said, I wanted to maybe just remind us again, how do these policies get formulated? I mean, the codes, my apologies.
The codes are developed by the industry through a grid code advisory committee that the regulator has established. And the industry is made up of industry players, and it goes through a stakeholder engagement process, and then it is approved by the regulator. The NRS standards are developed by the NRS committee, which is also an industry organization. To the extent that the standard that they've developed aligns with the NESA function, the regulator does adopt that particular standard. So we don't adopt all the NRS standards, we only adopt the ones that we deem enhance the regulatory framework.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry. So,
And-
would you say there are self-regulations? Because you say
Yes.
they're developed by the industry.
By the industry, yeah.
And
Yeah.
when you say the stakeholder engagements, do those include customers, and where do customers, civil society fit in that consultation process?
The regulator processes do incorporate stakeholder engagement. I believe the NRS standard development includes different stakeholders in its formulation. But when we adopt a particular standard, we take it through our stakeholder engagement process. So we don't take an RNS standard and just apply it. We take it through our own process, and in that we consult with stakeholders across the board.
There is a process of public participation.
Correct.
And when you say stakeholder consultation, let's go back. Who are you talking about, and typically, what is the process?
Okay, so typically we would advertise that particular document that we want to consult on. We typically put a lot of our communications through our website, our social media platforms, newspapers as well. So we advertise quite nationally, especially for regulatory tools. We also would hold public hearings with regards to some of them. So there is no stakeholder who would be excluded. It's just a matter of interest. So different stakeholders do show up for different things.
All right. All right. Then what I will request then is if we can be provided with the documents evidencing the stakeholder engagement that led to the adoption of the NRS 048 code, as well as the NRS 047 code. 047.
048,
Yes. If we can be furnished with those.
Yeah, no, we didn't really make reference to 047, but we will share what we have.
Yes, the minister has made reference to it, saying it's the source of Eskom's power to, conduct or undertake load shedding. Load reduction. All right. I'm not going to deal with 456 because I think it's been dealt with, because I just wanted to understand why only certain people are being consulted as part of this process. And I will see there's private sector, there's the mining companies, SAP Miller, but I couldn't see any representative from civil society, from communities who form part of the consultation process, which is why I'm then requesting, and that's the same with the 047 process. And perhaps the last, I'm just trying to pick the most pressing question. All right, sorry, I'm just, because I have one question, so I just want to pick the one that, okay. Perhaps then let me end with this question. There was something said about load limitation yesterday, because We ask in the notice about less restrictive measures to load reduction, and ESCOM, the minister and yourselves suggesting that load reduction itself is a less restrictive measure, but we were told that there are actually other options like load limitation. And why is that not being applied across the board? And then lastly, the issue of the impact. You acknowledge the impact on the rights of the vulnerable members of society, but I didn't get really an appreciation of then what are you doing really about it, because in terms of Section 7, you do have an obligation as an organ of state to promote and fulfill human rights. So if you can just deal with those last two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in terms of load limitation, so it's an energy efficiency tool that that a network service provider can employ in cases of seeking to protect the infrastructure, and I believe it's some of the things that we can bring into the review of the NRS standard to obligate licensees to venture into every avenue before, so that load reduction does become a last resort matter. And then in terms of the impact, I think it is correct that the impact is understood, and it is really unsustainable, and so as part of our auditing activities, it's going to be one of the things that we highlight and monitor and ensure that we are holding licenses accountable. But I do implore customers to come to the regulator with these complaints and evidence, so that when we speak to the distributors, we have facts to indicate their misuse of load reduction, if that is what is being claimed.
Thank you so much. We've got about 3 minutes for, still for this section. So, Commissioner Makwasha, if you can truncate your questions, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. I was very excited that for the first time, NERSA is before members of the public through the Commission, because for the longest time, I think South Africans were not fully understanding the mandate of NERSA. Now, one of the issues, and you're saying that you have this mandate as well as a role that you play in terms of arbitration and mediating. And yesterday we heard from Mr. Ntombeni that the Hammanskraal community had to resort to marching to the offices of ESCOM. Where is NERSA in all of this? Because, I'm certain members of the community only would say we only hear about this regulator when it's time for tariff increases, but we're not sure what their mandate is entirely. And I was very excited, and thank you so much for explaining what the mandate of NERSA is. And I think the public is welcoming that, because then they understand that they can come to you for complaints. But in respect of that, how do you efficiently communicate with members of the community? We received yesterday submissions that ESCOM is failing to do so, but how do you as the regulator communicate to people in rural communities regarding your role as NERSA?
Yeah. Look, I think I did indicate that we do have a customer education function, and what it does is that it does visit communities, and primary to that, to those engagement is to explain the role of the regulator, is to also make customers understand their rights in as far as electricity consumption is concerned, and I do believe that we can do a lot more in terms of reaching all over South Africa. We are operating within a limited probably resources, but we certainly can do more. But that is really the channel that we use to reach communities, and also not speak too technically or speak above them, but really deal with the issues that that affect them. But it is understood that we can do more.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take you to the first submission that we received from NERSA. And I'm going to then take you to pages, I think it's pages 106, 107, and 108. And this submission was written by Advocate Sutola in his capacity as Chief Executive Officer. And this was received on the 27th of January 2025 by the Human Rights Commission. The theme of this submission, when you read it collectively, is that NERSA overemphasizes the need to protect the infrastructure as well as the grid. And I think one of the panelists put it correctly that you are focusing on the machinery and ignoring the invisible communities that are adversely affected by load reduction. I want to speak to paragraph 5. And it says, we acknowledge that load reduction disproportionately affects the poor and the working class communities, impacting their access to basic services, education, healthcare, and overall quality of life. And this is in theme with the oral submissions we have received yesterday, as well as the written submissions. What is concerning is that you say NERSA is committed to thoroughly investigating this matter to ensure that load reduction measures are implemented fairly across all consumers. Therefore, based on the theme of your submission, as well as the fact that you also said something very concerning, that African families are by nature big, it then seems like the focus is disproportionately affecting the marginalized people and the invisible, who then do not have the necessary means to access NERSA and then lodge those complaints and go through that whole entire process. What do you say to that?
Sorry, if you could just rephrase. I think I. Yeah.
Perhaps I'm saying your theme in your earlier submission is the overemphasis of protecting the grid.
Sure.
In your response, you acknowledge that you have it disproportionately affects the poor and working class communities, and this is based on what the panel members have asked, or the now. How do you then speak to that? Because it's the theme of your submission, and you're saying that, and it's common purpose that a lot of South Africans aren't aware of your mandate and how you operate. We only often hear about NERSA when it comes to the hikes. How do you then bridge that gap between what is stated in your submission and what you're saying today orally?
Yeah. Look, I think in my introduction, I did try to indicate that we are balancing a fine line when it comes to our mandate, and so the emphasis on the protection of the grid is not meant to be seen as being all that we are concerned with. I tried to illustrate that on the one hand, that's what we need to be worried about, but on the other, we need to protect the customer. Under the premise that not protecting the infrastructure would also adversely impact the customer. But it is duly noted and highlighted that the impact is adverse on poor communities, and those poor communities have a particular face. So it must be understood that NERSA's mandate is really on both sides, and we can certainly improve in how we are visible and accessible to customers, so that we can more effectively implement that second-hand mandate that we have.
Thank you. In respect of time, it's indeed my last question. I'm going to refer to your act, your Electricity Regulation Act, Section 22, subsection 2. And it says, a licensee may not discriminate between customers or classes of customers regarding access, tariffs, prices, and conditions of service, except for objectively justifiable and identified differences approved by the regulator. should it become apparent that one of your licensees has indeed discriminated, how immediately would you then revoke that license?
Yeah. I also indicated that the Amendment Act has given the regulator a lot more flexibility around compliance enforcement. And so we are able to indeed revoke a license on a basis of not adhering to license conditions, whereas previously the process needed to be taken to court. So I believe that with the implementation of the Amended Act, which came into effect 1st of January 2025, we should be able to more efficiently enforce compliance, but importantly, enforce it in a way that is practical, that takes into account the kind of industry that we are regulating. So distribution infrastructure is already in place and it belongs to somebody. And so revoking a license there must be systems in place in order to continue to supply those customers. So we do believe that we can be a lot more efficient in that, given the legislation that is enabling us now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We have taken a lot of your time. Let's just summarize. Number one, NESA operates subject to the Constitution. Is that right?
Correct.
And therefore, NESA contributes to the realization of social justice in line with the Constitution. Your strategic plan talks about the NDP, the National Development Goals, and that NESA also contributes to social justice. Is that the mission and vision of NESA?
Yes.
Part of it?
Yes, yes.
NESA, number two, to summarize, concedes that load reduction amounts to human rights violation in terms of the submission by the CEO. We can read verbatim if that will be helpful.
Yes. Okay. That's
So
fine.
NESA does concede that load reduction violates human rights of communities.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah doesn't help the
Yes.
translators, please. Let's do that. Number three, NESA concedes that the regulations are by and large self-regulatory by the industry.
No. No. I think what I explained is that NRS standards are developed by the industry.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Grid codes,
Yeah.
which are developed by the industry, that is through a process that is set by NESA. So
Yeah.
effectively, NESA developed grid codes.
Okay.
And so the NRS standard applicable has been adopted by NESA and made into a license condition. And its development or its processing and approval
Yeah.
has taken into account processes relevant for it to be used as a license
Okay.
condition.
No, that's fine. Let's stick to the first two concessions. In your submission, you talk about, in terms of less restrictive measures, that NESA and its licensee continuously explores less restrictive measures. Now, we say that this is a continuing human rights violation. When did load reduction start? As distinguished from load shedding?
Load reduction has been a tool available to the network system operator for a long time. Like I indicate, it was envisioned to be utilized in rare emergencies, but it's a tool available to the network service provider to protect the network. I did indicate that we would submit the actual dates of some of these standards so that the committee is aware. Yeah.
Yeah, the concern is that if you say continuously explores the less restrictive measures in the context where communities continue to feel the pinch of what you consider to be human rights violation, that continuously exploring does not solve the problem in the short term. So what is, or what are some of the short-term interventions? You talk about long-term interventions, help municipalities, improve in terms of payment, receiving payment and illegal connections, stopping some of that as soon as possible. But in the short to medium term, as a way of you summarizing now, what are some of those less restrictive measures?
Yeah, I think I've indicated that as part of our audits that we do on municipalities and distributors, we will certainly highlight this as a matter to be monitored, and those are continuous. And we will definitely also ensure that customers are aware of our role of mediation, so that they can bring these up to the regulator. I do welcome the colleagues who presented yesterday to bring their matters to the regulator. And so in the short term, and as we are reviewing the NRS standard to then better define how load reduction to be done, the different initiatives that will help reduce the impact on the customers will be highlighted and included in that review.
Yeah, by way of summary, again, the last one, through an own accord initiative from your side, you have heard complaints from communities on radio, on TV, on newspapers, complaining about the impact of load reduction for the past 2 years, 3 years. What are some of the interventions that you've made as a regulator to ameliorate this situation on accord, without people coming to you in terms of your resolution mechanisms?
Yeah.
Can you just give us practical examples and some of those communities?
Yeah. Yeah, I would have to come back to the commission with actual examples from the teams that do the auditing, that do the customer education, so that I provide you with facts instead of what I can think at this stage.
Okay. Lastly, in terms of the recommendations, very clear recommendations to a large extent, attend to the issue of illegal connections, enforcement and so forth. But what we don't see in your recommendations is in respect of Eskom. So of course, in respect of unauthorized connections, very clear position. But what is the regulator's position as far as Eskom? To the extent that we have received testimony that there are technicians of Eskom who are engaged in corrupt practices, who are engaged in practices that defaults the utility. We've heard in the so-called State Capture Commission that there were issues of corruption, endemic corruption within Eskom. So there seem to be bias in your recommendation. Let's focus on unauthorized connections as a way of safeguarding the network, the grid, the infrastructure. But what is your position as far as Eskom is concerned and the non-technical losses that Eskom continues to suffer due to their own, fraudulent, corrupt practices? Not all of them, but, they talk about 50 billion non-technical losses, for example. So I'm saying there seem to be bias in respect of unauthorized connections, but not in respect of the utility.
Yeah. I think I can mention that the regulator definitely remains concerned around issues of fraud and corruption, and in its decisions is in tariff setting and revenue allowing is looking to not let those kind of costs or costs related therewith pass on to the customers. We do have a framework which is a service quality incentive framework which looks into the performance of Eskom as a network service provider at both transmission and distribution, wherein there are set standards that are set for them on how they perform. Issues of technical losses and non-technical losses, and other specifications relating to network performance are measured there, and these penalties or incentives where there is good performance. But the point is taken around the holding of Eskom and licensees in general accountable to license conditions, and these apply to both Eskom as well as other licensees.
Thank you so much. We've taken so much of your time, but it's because we are very much interested to hear from the regulator. In terms of follow-ups, let's just compare notes, Ms. Mugubane. One, FBE audit that you'll provide to us. Two, dispute resolution cases, some of those matters, if you can provide that to us. 3, 048, 047, stakeholder engagement. Who are some of the other stakeholders besides the industry? And then lastly, in terms of the own accord interventions, where you've had communities complaining about the impact of load reduction, lack of transparency, and so forth. Did I leave anything out? Ms. Mugubane, thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your clarity. Your submissions really have assisted the Commission, and we look forward to the 4 items that we have asked you. You are excused. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, let's do the following. We'll then go back to the agenda. Take, is it Dr. Ngwane on the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee? Could we take a 5-minute, not 10-minute, 5-minute body break while Dr. Ngwane gets settled, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We will start with we'll continue with our inquiry. We now have Dr. Trevor Ngwane. Let's first get clarity, Doc. You are here in which capacity? With the capacity as a director of the center, or in your capacity as a representative of the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee?
Yes, stroke United Front.
Okay, not the UJ Center for now.
No.
Okay, no, that's fine. So, colleagues, yes, that's where we are. The bundle appears, the submission appears from page 139. So, Doc, you'll have seen how we have proceeded. We'll start by swearing you in so that you are duly sworn in. We'll then hand over to the evidence leaders to pose questions to you. And then finally, the panel will also pose questions. As I said, please speak slowly, clearly, so that the interpreters can follow, but also take your time. We really want to hear from you, so please don't feel rushed. To swear you in, can we get your full names for the record, please?
Trevor Ngwane.
Thank you so much. Are you going to be swearing or affirmation?
Affirmation.
Thank you so much. So we'll do that now. Do you affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, say, so I do affirm.
I do affirm.
Thank you so much. The witness is duly sworn in. Dr. Ngwane, over to you.
Thank you very much. As the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee, United Front, and also I have my colleague from the Center for Social Change, based at the University of Johannesburg, who is also a colleague at the Department of Sociology. And I suppose even on behalf of broader civil society organizations, community movements, shareholders associations, we appreciate a lot the step taken by the South African Human Rights Commission to conduct an inquiry into load reduction. So we see it as a step forward for the working class, for the poor, and I think indeed for all the people of South Africa, peace-loving, justice-seeking South Africans. So, you know, in the township, when the government announced the end of load shedding 10 months ago, residents were very skeptical because in Soweto, for example, load reduction continued. So during the period of load shedding, at its heyday, its height, you'd get the load shedding schedule. And then when load shedding started to attenuate, even ending, although we see now it's back, then you started getting a load reduction schedule. I think the frequency in Soweto, although it differs area by area, for example, if you live in Jabulani, in Pimville, Orlando East, it will differ because they specify the area. But I think load reduction after the end of load shedding 10 months ago was at least twice a week for 2-hour spells, often even 4-hour spells. Now, load reduction provides a vantage point from which to explore and expose the anti-working class, anti-poor, and ultimately racist policies of Eskom and the post-apartheid state under the ANC government and now the government of national unity. So that's my main argument. Often when people complain about load shedding, indeed about everything happening in South Africa, corruption is often put forward, you know, as a key, let's say, explanatory framework. But corruption is not enough to understand the underlying causes and dynamics of the injustices related to load reduction and energy provision problems in South Africa. I think what is necessary is also a historical perspective. And this perspective must be combined with a realistic assessment of the material conditions of the people, of the masses, especially with regard to accessing clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy and other basic services. So we need a bit of history and also look at the conditions of the masses. Under apartheid, which is best understood, let's say from a sociological point of view, as a form of racial capitalism. That is, it's a system which was based on the super exploitation of black labor, cheap black labor, and the political suppression and disenfranchisement of black people. A key injustice under apartheid was that black labor would dig out the coal which fired the furnaces of Eskom. Black labor would lay out the pylons which transmit the electricity, but black communities did not benefit from this electricity. I was talking to my grandson the other day, so I don't know where he got this idea that Alexandra was once called Dark City. So he was trying to be clever. So he said, is it because darkies live there? I said, no, it's because it was so dark. There was no electricity in almost all the black townships, villages, shack settlements, if they were there then. But while black areas were not electrified, white business and residential areas enjoyed electricity. So this injustice originated from the racism at the heart of the system of racial capitalism. We all know the injustices of racial capitalism, migrant labor system, past system, no political rights, etc. But with electricity, there was just this idea that black people did not deserve electricity. So, as far as we are concerned, the people I speak on their behalf, cheap electricity for whites, no electricity for blacks equals energy racism. So this is a historical fact. Now, the struggle against apartheid was a big struggle. Fortunately, it emerged victorious. I suppose that's why we can sit here today. It's beautiful, actually. It's wonderful. And the will of the majority prevailed. So we have now one person, one vote in a democratic order. But unfortunately, we still see continuities of oppression and exploitation from the past in the present. I know some of my comrades won't like this because there are always questions about the politics of individuals. But the late Harry Gwala, who was an ANC and Communist Party leader in KZN, famously once said, "The vote must bring porridge into the pot." This was in the lead up to the 1994 democratic elections. I think Gwala might as well have said, "The vote must bring electricity to the dark cities of South Africa." Indeed, Nelson Mandela, campaigning for the first in the first democratic election in 1994, famously said, and the slogans were all over town, all over the country, "A better life for all, water for all, houses for all, education for all, indeed, electricity for all. So the question is, are the masses fully enjoying these fruits of national liberation? Is there indeed a better life for all, water for all, education for all, healthcare for all, electricity for all? Frantz Fanon, on page 1 of his book, The Wretched of the Earth, which has been recently translated into isiZulu language by Miss Makhosazana Xaba, which she titled Izimpabanga Zomhlaba, Rights. So now we have Fanon speaking isiZulu. Kungabe kuyini ukuqeda ukubuswa ngabezizwe na? Singakuchaza kanjani? Okuhamba phambili yizimfuno zabantu abakoloniziwe. Isiqiniseko sokuthi abantu abakoloniziwe baphumelele sibonakala uma indlela yenhlalo nempilo emphakathini iguquka yonke iphendukezelwe. So according to Fanon, the needs of the people are paramount in the struggle for decolonization and for national liberation. The litmus test of the success of national liberation is the extent to which the lives of the people have been changed, have been improved. So this is not a political theory. Any ordinary person, any worker speaks that language. When they complain, they will say, but we fought for liberation. We are suffering under this government. We are still suffering. So to do justice to the objectives of the South African Human Rights Commission's National Inquiry, which includes establishing what is load shedding, what is load reduction in particular, the extent of load reduction, who is affected, its impact on communities, on their human rights, on their right to dignity, equality and social justice, we'll find that Fanon provides the starting point for such an inquiry. To what extent are the needs of the people being met in post-apartheid South Africa? In particular, the needs of those who were colonized, oppressed, and exploited. That is, the energy needs of the black working class and the poor. So I'll now go into load reduction in particular, because I'm hoping that my comrade and colleague, Professor Bond, will look into the other issues of political economy, tariffs, but there's a lot of overlap. So, load reduction is energy racism from our point of view. Load reduction is a form of load shedding, planned power failures to stabilize the electricity grid. Load reduction is planned power failures carried out primarily in poor black working class areas such as townships, rural villages, and shack settlements. Eskom and the authorities say this is done in areas where there is overcrowding, low rates of payment, illegal connections, and dilapidated infrastructure. That is what we call geographical profiling. You know, in the USA, we have racial profiling. If you're black walking the street of New York, they mistake you for a criminal. So we have this geographical profiling of low-income black areas. In research conducted in 2022, starting in 2021, by the Center of Sociological Research and Practice. At that time, I was its director at the University of Johannesburg. The research was funded by the Foundation for Human Rights. We found that load reduction shows strong continuities with old apartheid policies. We concluded from the research that load reduction was a form of energy racism. The idea of energy racism was inspired theoretically from the work of a professor in the USA, Richard Bullard, who came up with the concept of environmental racism. So Bullard found that African American neighborhoods, that is black neighborhoods in the USA, tended to be located near dumping sites, landfills, and other dangerous environments. So he came up with this idea of environmental racism. So we were inspired by this work, especially because at about that time, he was awarded an honorary doctorate by the University of Johannesburg. And he actually came to Soweto, talked to comrades of the United Front whilst we were busy with this research. So when we were analyzing this idea, its energy racism became very strong. Of course, other people, when they talk about these concepts, they will talk about energy poverty, they'll talk about energy insecurity, they might even talk about energy discrimination. But I think, this was an inspiration, an inspired concept, energy racism. We like it because it is exactly on point and it is actually quite provocative. But I think it's accurate, yeah. So I've already mentioned that historically black cheap labor, black people, dark cities, and then the townships, black areas only got electrified after June 16, 1976, with the blood of the students, the brave June 16 Soweto students. Of course, the uprising spread throughout the country, so all students at that time. So the apartheid regime was compelled to install electricity for political and security reasons. You'll remember one of the things they did was put in what was called Apollo lights, the long torch lights. They just want to make sure that when you run away, they can catch you. Yeah. In the new South Africa, the legacy of apartheid was felt already, a long time ago, but in the new South Africa, in hostile electricity, politics, and attitudes. For example, when referring to township folk or shack dwellers, these people don't pay for electricity. They want free electricity. They want cross-subsidization from white people. They waste electricity. They don't know electricity. We are doing them a favor. They have illegal connections. They have a culture of non-payment. We take that as hostile attitudes, towards the fruit of national liberation with respect to energy. So people were struggling. They wanted to be free to vote. They also wanted to get the electricity they were robbed of by the apartheid government. So at the point of winning that right, new obstacles were now added. And one of them was to turn them into, to scapegoat them for wanting electricity. Was to continue with this idea that black people don't deserve electricity. The idea that black poor people in particular vandalize electricity. You get all these stories, how they use their hot plate as a heater. You all know those stories, yeah. And the worst part, of course, because of the rise of the black middle class, which of course has not been enough, especially the rise of the aspirant black bourgeoisie, some of our leaders adopted those attitudes towards black poor people. So I've got an example of how under now the government of national unity, in the post-load shedding era, load reduction continues. In a load reduction notice issued by the city of Tshwane, so when they do load reduction, whether in Soweto or Gugulethu or KwaMakhutha in Durban or Soshanguve or Nkandla for that matter, or Nqutu, my hometown, there's always this notice. So, city of Tshwane, Soshanguve is experiencing power overload as a result of illegal connections. So this is a foregrounding of illegal connections for load reduction. However, in the same notice, it is also mentioned, I quote, the increment, okay, you know, I'm an academic, but I don't know what is increment, but the increment weather has also resulted in an increase in electricity demand, and the available grid is unable to cope with the strain. So it's amazing, and although I want to apologize for coming late profusely, but it's amazing that the conversation with NERSA involved commissioners asking exactly this question. You know, is it about overloading the system, or is it about illegal connections, or is it about non-payment? Yeah. All these things, I argue, are collapsed, yeah, in an opportunistic, racist manner, based on stereotypes about black people not deserving electricity, black people not deserving the good life. Some people still say, oh, the good old days, when you could walk freely in Johannesburg. So there is the city of Tshwane speaking clearly in folk tongue. It foregrounds illegal connections as a reason for load reducing Soshanguve, a black area. But within the same notice, it has to admit that weather has caused a problem. But cutting Soshanguve helped to reduce the overall load. So it's a good excuse to make Soshanguve residents bear the brunt of the crisis caused by inclement weather, by poorly serviced, maintained, machines, by, Eskom top brass stealing money, or mismanagement, or incompetence, or Eskom's huge debt to the banks, which they made when they were building Kusile and Medupi power stations. In fact, the research by UJ came to the conclusion, a simple one: black working class areas or people are made to bear the brunt of the electricity crisis in South Africa. Remember, the crisis, we could see it through load shedding. So somehow, Eskom, especially under Derater, so there is even a timeline. I don't know if I will have time to go into it, but you can see where it started. Now there was this shift, because as frustration and anger rose against load shedding, as shining white knights came to rescue the country from load shedding, such as Derater, as they failed to do that, the masses, working class, middle class, even the bosses, the bourgeoisie, were getting real frustrated. Then there was this shift now where managing the grid, the brand the burden of that crisis was shifted to black working class areas. So in our research, we did a simple thing. We just looked at the notices issued by Eskom about load reduction. Well, KwaMakhutha, Langa, Gugulethu, Soshanguve, Mamelodi, you'll never find Sentin or Constantia or Umhlanga Rocks. Rural areas, Nkandla, Ngutu, Sibongile, Madula, it was just like that. Clearly, it was targeting black working class areas. And colleagues, remember, load reduction was happening simultaneously with load shedding. Lo and behold, abracadabra, load shedding started to reduce. Can you see? Yeah, because now it was being shifted. But of course, there was another, I can call it a dirty trick pulled by Eskom under De Ruyter, which at the time of conducting this research, we spent a lot of time in an area in Pimville called Sun Valley. So Sun Valley is the oldest part of Pimville, old houses, huge yards. So their transformer or local substation did not work for 14 months. So about 400 houses were in darkness. The only time they were able to get it back was when they protested during local government elections and were trying to disrupt the elections. Suddenly, the transformer came. Because we engaged with, under the United Front, different organizations and communities in Gauteng, in Soweto, we found that, for example, Orange Farm, you remember there was a time when Orange Farm was always blocking the Golden Highway. Because in Orange Farm, at any given time, 25 transformers were broken and Eskom was not repairing them. To repair them, Eskom demanded 6,050 rand per household. 6,050 rand. Later, Eskom, especially in Soweto, as this strategy of De Ruyter started to work, and I'll tell you how it was also working. Sometimes they would negotiate and say each house must pay 500 rand. But at the heart of that 500 rand, because what they used to do is to send either a local councillor or talk to a local leader or civic. Basically, Eskom was not only incompetent with its power stations, it was also incompetent with its billing system. So the database of black areas, townships, is more or less non-existent. So I would, for the sake of being on the safe side, I would say at one point, maybe a quarter to a half of households in Soweto, Eskom had no record of their electricity consumption. And remember, they could always get away with it, the electricity debt, get away with it, illegal connections. But I think one commissioner asked a very good question. If there are illegal connections in a city where the meters are there, you should have them on your database. Can you see? Yeah, so they don't have any database. And then those people who collect the 500 rand from each household, so basically will only fix your transformer if 60% of these 400 people have paid 500 rand. And then the responsibility of collecting or making people pay is shifted to the community itself. Can you see? And then, as you can well imagine, lots of conflict. But if you are without electricity for 14 months, you'll soon resolve your conflicts and somehow get to pay that 500 rand. There are people, even today in Sun Valley, I think 2-3 years later, who are still hated by their neighbors because they did not pay their 500 rand. But when we conduct research, we found that those people usually simply did not have 500 rands because the levels of poverty in the township are terrible, So that was just an aside about some of the, what I call dirty tricks of ESCOM. So now I'm not going to, I had an analysis here of City of Tshwane illegal, but you know, the commissioner did my job for me. And I think that point was made strongly about this collapsing, conflating illegal connections. In fact, they conflate many things. It's the weather, it's the illegal connections, it's the stolen cables, it's all sorts of things. But in the end, it boils down to a black household, a block of houses in Soshanguve, a whole township not having electricity for a week, for 2 weeks, for 3 months, for a year. It's what, Patrick Bond is going to come on. He likes calling it blanket punishment. During apartheid days, we call it common purpose. They would hang you because you once were with Solomon Mahlang. So they say, oh, you were there. Oh, you were with him the day before. It means you also wanted to do this thing. So it's blanket punishment. I blame blanket punishment to the leadership of De Ruyter. And I think a timeline would prove that indeed it was under his watch that he actually promoted this policy. The commissioners have a copy of our report. I think we've got a page talking about that. But to save time. So these victims were made into perpetrators. They were scapegoated. Now, I just want to talk about briefly consequences of load reduction policy. Certainly, it's not a solution to the energy crisis. Load reduction diverts attention from the roots of the problem, the failure to provide clean energy for all. Clean, safe, reliable, affordable energy for all. A central developmental goal for the government of national liberation is to redress, roll back past injustices, backlogs, the eradication of all forms of inequality, oppression, and exploitation. I didn't plan to talk about this, but because the commissioners mentioned this, so if you don't upgrade the infrastructure in a township in Gauteng, where there's a lot of, we must admit, people giving birth in migration, can you see? Yeah. And then the substation, the transformer is left. Not only is it left in the same condition, it's not even maintained, you are going to have problems. And then you use that, your own failures, as a justification for load reduction. So this debate I had here about how do you justify load reduction, was painful to me. Because to me, there's just no justification. Because we have to go one step back. What is the underlying cause? Why is the area overcrowded? Why is the transformer bursting, exploding? Why is the transformer or the substation not able to carry the weight of the people who live around there? I think one commissioner, put her nail on this one. That, look, if people are on the system, then there cannot be the reason why, there is overload. Of course, there is the question of those who connect themselves illegally. But on those, the failure is on the ANC government and Eskom not rolling out electricity at the rate which meets the needs of the masses, which is what Fanon is talking about. Yeah. Remember,
Dr. Ngwane, I'm going to give you 10 more minutes.
Thank you,
We want
sir.
to engage with you.
Thank you. I think commissioners, you remember in the document, we do talk about this failure. Yeah, because when we got the RDP, Reconstruction Development Program, Houses for All, there were targets set. But somewhere, Eskom lost the plot. Yeah, I can't go into that. Then they started cutting down on rolling out. In any case, even when they rolled out the electricity, for black areas, they provided what you can call a low amperage, low power, lower amps. So in my house, I think I've got 80 amps. But when they build an RDP settlement, you only have 20 amps. 20 amps means you can't connect the kettle, the fridge, and the radio at the same time. Yeah. So there was always this energy racist attempt to limit access or consumption of electricity by black working class and the poor. I think this matter will be dealt with by Patrick. Basically, from racial discrimination in the old South Africa to class discrimination in the new South Africa. So you can live in Sandton, you can fall in love with, some white person who lives in Sandton, but do you have the money to support that desire? So this is the issue. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot of coincidence, a high between poverty and race. Yeah, between poverty and race. Unfortunately, our leaders now have shifted away from the poor and they've now joined the rich. So they don't feel what other black people, other poor people feel. It's a fact. We got our independence in 1994. Some of us in 1995, we became councillors of the ANC. Within three months, certainly a year, half the comrades had left to live in the suburbs. I'm not saying they shouldn't leave, but this is the process whereby that distance between the people you sacrifice so much in the struggle, now that you are free, you are away from them. So I had a number of points about how load reduction is destructive. No maintenance of the grid, no upgrading. It erodes the social fabric. It leads to crime. It increases gender-based violence. Women can't walk at night. They must, as we know, men still refuse to cook. So it means the woman is in charge of energy management within the household. So when there's load reduction, the mother must make a plan. Sometimes the mom has to go out looking for firewood, and then there's danger. So there's so much, but the long and short is that the black working class, ordinary people, they think load reduction is there because they are black. Yeah, so it's racism. So to conclude, I think the solution, firstly, we must move away ideologically from capitalist commodification of energy. So we must go back to Fanon about meeting the needs of the people as an aspect of national liberation, of independence, of decolonization. We must ensure that the redistribution of energy resources goes equally to different geographical areas and social groups and races and genders and ages, because we know the youth suffer, they don't have much buying power. So this means massive investment in upgrading infrastructure in the townships, villages, and shack settlements. It also means vigorous cross-subsidization from the rich to the poor. ESCOM has consistently resisted this. And in 1922, NERSA seemed to capitulate and agree with ESCOM that cost recovery must be the method of determining tariffs. And then we have to implement a vigorous demand management policy to stop the hedonistic and selfish use of energy by the capitalist class. As you know, Alusaf, all the big guys, aluminium, they pay as little as 30 cents per kilowatt hour. You pay 1 rand, 2 rand, 3 rand. The fourth step, which came out from the commissioners, is a participatory discussion management of our energy resources, which must include the issue of ecology. Because if you talk of energy, you are talking about ecological dynamics and concerns. Because South Africa is the biggest emitter of carbon in Africa. And then we have this problem of global warming, the problem of climate change. We have these floods in KZN. You know, when there's big Uzamkolo, a big flood, people say it's an act of God. But God doesn't like the poor, because if you go to KZN, out of 500 people who died, not one was white, because they live in poorer areas, poorer parts, environmental racism, sliding below the waterline, whatever, flood line, etc. Regulation will not solve problems, but we need a strong regulator. What we need is a fundamental change in social relations, in power relations. Because I heard the commission talks about invisible people. The invisible people must be visibilized. The powerless must be empowered so that they sit at the table and they say, oh yeah, maybe if you want to have load reduction, let's implement it this way or that way. Oh yeah, if you want to increase tariffs, let's do it this way or that way. Oh yeah, if you want to get a loan money for building a new power station, instead of indebting ESCOM, we should do it this way. So I think that is the most important dividend of a democracy, that everyone has equal say in what goes on. But basically, clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy for all, no to load reduction, no to energy racism. In fact, we need a solution whereby energy resources do not harm the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngwane. You forgot to introduce the two organizations. What is the Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee and also the United Front? So just briefly, just to contextualize your submission.
The Soweto Electricity Crisis Committee is an organization in Soweto which was formed in 1999-2000 at the height of ESCOM's neoliberal attack on communities. So there was a decision under Jeff Radebe, who was Minister of Public Enterprises, to break the culture of non-payment, and then people were having their electricity cut off for payment. But At the very same time, the price of electricity was going up. Households were owing Eskom 100,000 rands. Yeah, so the SCC was formed to defend the residents. The United Front was formed when NUMSA, the union, split from the ANC, SACP, COSATU alliance on the grounds that the ANC was no longer serving the needs of the working class. And then they formed this United Front in the spirit of the United Democratic Front to unite labor, community, students and youth struggles in defense of their rights. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. You can switch off your microphone. Thank you. So, evidence leaders, there is a submission. We'll start with Mr. Mdambe, then we'll go to Dr. Sitebe. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngwane, for that presentation. I think my first question would be that in our discussion, in our conversation with NESA, the concession was that there isn't any reference in the policy document in the code on load reduction to black communities and poor communities being what you would call the something that kickstarts load reduction. What is your comment on that?
Of course, it shouldn't be there, because this was De Ruyter's brilliant idea to actually force black communities to consume less electricity, the better to balance a national grid which was in crisis. And then NERSA, from that day till today, although I must say NERSA sometimes has got its strong points, sometimes its weak points, but there is this pressure to get NERSA to toe the line and help the neoliberal anti-working class agenda. Commodification of electricity, commercialization, all this talk about unbundling Eskom into generation, transmission. It's all about privatization so that, private sector can come in and get a piece of the pie. Yeah.
I wanted to maybe highlight this, to highlight that you will tell me what you think about this. They will probably say you are being unfair. It's not intentional, right? The words that let me highlight the lexicon. So the first lexicon would be culture of non-payment, and then the second one would be illegal connection, and then the third one would be cable theft. All these lexicons lead you to what you would call profiling of specific groups in society. They say, no, we are only concerned with preventing the collapse of the national grid. There's just no human question there. And these things that you have highlighted have no correlation between our policy and what is happening. You are just merely focusing on social realities, but even that is an exception. What would you say?
Yeah, so there is a theory and an argument called, I don't follow this theory, but you doctors will know, post-racism. So in the US, in many countries, there's this idea that racism is a thing of the past. Yeah. So it's like an enforced artificial non-racism. So if you raise the question of race, it's, when you are having dinner, it's impolite. It's impolite. Yeah. So this is an old method of the racist to cover his or her back and not show. But when someone is racist to you, you know it. Yeah, they might say it's just because you came late. They might say it's because I don't know you, etc. Also, just based on what you are saying about conflation, earlier I said it's opportunistic. It's even, I'll call it dirty tricks. Remember ESCOM's advertisement a long time ago called about izinyoka. Yeah, that term is izinyoka against illegal connections. And then they showed a man or a face, human face, turning into a snake. But the message was, like you said, Commissioner, cable theft and self-connections. So they collapsed the two. So people in Soweto who were connecting themselves, people in shack settlements who did not have electricity, were dying from shack fires, and they connect themselves, were the same as organized criminals, syndicates who steal cables. But at the heart of it is something one commissioner was, I think you said, about the human aspect. So when they say izinyoka, they are dehumanizing people. So they want the society to view the poor as not part of the human family. So it's terrible.
I'm sorry, they're saying that's not the case. They're saying that's not the case. They're saying that the policy is only aimed at making sure there isn't any collapse of the national grid.
Yeah.
You are saying something different.
Yeah, well, look, like I gave that example of Eric Garner, who's that guy whom they killed in the US. So they killed black people because you are wearing a hoodie. Can you see? Yeah. So, but in our research, like I indicated, all the factors they enumerated, overcrowding, illegal connection, let's admit, vandalism, poor infrastructure, it only happened in black working class areas. It didn't happen in Constantia. It didn't happen in Sentin. So this is why we call it geographic profiling. Yeah. So it's a cover, for racism. Sorry, sir, you have not been invited. You are not on the list. You just happen to be black. So that's the issue.
Over and above the research that has been done, I know this doesn't come out clearly because I suppose it's not part of the research report. What is the extent of the level of participation of the Soweto Crisis Committee in the NERSA processes? Let's say, for instance, in the court that we had a conversation about on load reduction.
Okay, mostly the only time NERSA calls organizations, movements, is to the hearings, which I'm sorry to say, like this one will happen far away from somewhere, and then it's about tariffs, okay? Yeah. But the last hearing I went to, it was a complicated thing about how the NERSA, the new, I can't remember what they call it, the new method they're going to use now to evaluate. So it's a complicated thing, a matrix, can you see? Yeah, but there's very little community outreach. Yeah, there's very little community outreach. And people know NERSA as that body which announces tariffs, and like a trade union negotiating with the boss, ESCOM, I want 40%. And then NERSA is a good guy. No, I'll give them 20. Yeah, so, no one is convinced. Yeah.
The question is really on the what you seem to highlight by way of solutions and recommendations would obviously be long-term plans. Do you have at least by way of examples like short, medium things that can be done? I'm asking this question because load reduction and load shedding, even though that's not part of the inquiry, are said to be interventions that are transient in order to address what I think is a crisis in the short term. Do you have something equivalent that could replace it?
Well, if the problem is about a demand for energy which the grid cannot handle, basically a shortage of power, then we have to look at who is using most of the power or a large chunk of the power. One commissioner said it cannot be that little village in Shelly, so the people who are using a lot of electricity, there is a group, the intensive energy users group, they Sasol, all the big guys. I think not more than 20, 30 corporations, they use 40% of the grid and they only provide 5% jobs. So that's where we must start, with those who use most of the electricity. But instead, what is happening, the intensive energy users, the mines, they are even sometimes excused from load shedding because they are bringing the money, providing jobs. So that's the issue. Moreover, they've got special rates they pay. I think I mentioned 30 cents per kilowatt hour for aluminium guzzlers. So we can start with reducing demand by going to the big users. On the ground, the people are so poor, the people are so demoralized, losing hope. We should start having conversations about, the needs of the masses. How do we deal with the electricity problem? Not just talk show, you speak and you go away. The councillor does what he or she wants, but the people must be empowered so that they know that their voice counts. In Brazil, they once had something called the participatory budget process. It worked quite well. People say if you bring in ordinary people, they will want Mercedes-Benz. No, they want a crèche, they want a hospital, They also start to learn responsibility for how to manage resources. So genuine participation would also help. I think this can happen next week.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mdabe, are you covered? Not only Brazil, Kerala, India, too. Kerala, India for the budgeting. Dr. Sitebe?
Chairperson, one question from me, short one. And with all due respect to Dr. Ngwane and Mr. Mdabe, they canvassed this a lot, stealing of electricity and so on and so forth. But I struggle, Dr. Ngwane. We had a testimony here from, we had testimony here from the Makau gentleman who considered that theft of electricity contributes. We have Mr. Mtombeni here yesterday who considered that there's a section in Kanana which is known for siphoning electricity, and I mentioned another one that is. But between the exchange between yourself and Mr. Mdab, I can't hear of a concession that indeed theft of electricity. And I'm not dismissing your plainly put argument that we have bought into these racist narratives that they can't use electricity, they are wasteful, they steal, blah, blah, blah. I'm not dismissing that. I'm just asking in very plain language, yes or no. Is there a concession, or will we be able to get a concession from you that theft, illegal connection, whatever you want to use does contribute, even if it's 1%. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's call it self-connections rather than theft. Yeah, because the whole point of me talking about what happened under apartheid, I am saying those people we now call thieves have a right, the government has a duty to give them that electricity. Yeah, that's the starting point. That's why I talk about Fanon and the needs, where Fanon says, if you are indeed free, your life must be turned upside down. He even writes somewhere, the first shall be the last. Yeah. In South Africa, are the first the last? The last are still the last. So this is very important. So it's an ideological shift. So when, and exactly like you say, Commissioner, somehow, we buy this idea. Yeah. There's a guy called Brandon Marsalis. He's a jazz musician. He came to South Africa. He's a brother to Wynton Marsalis. So he says, hey, guys, never allow them to say, don't talk about apartheid. You remember there was a time when people used, don't talk about apartheid, is the past. Yeah, it's like telling black people, don't talk about slavery. No way. Yeah, so we have to orient ourselves ideologically, politically, socially, and culturally in the correct way, which is where we come from. If we remember where we come from, we'll know where we're going. And no guy is going to buy a Mercedes-Benz, using public money. They would be ashamed. It's just that they've forgotten.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mlombo?
Thank you, Dr. Ngwane, for the presentation. There is a bundle in front of you, well, not directly. The second one, page 456. I could not really develop this. Yeah.
So is that file number 2?
He's going to check.
Page number?
456.
456. Let's give the
Yeah.
You are in the hot seat.
Yeah. Yes. All right, thank you. And I just wanted to keep your finger on 456, but just to orientate you, the document starts on page 452. And is basically the code of practice for load reduction. Do you see that?
452.
Yes, yes, yes. The document basically that regulates load reduction. And it's a point that I wanted to discuss with the nurse, but because of time, I could not do that. But I just wanted to get your thoughts. You know what the document is about, but on page 456, it's basically a list of people or entities that were engaged as part of developing this document. Do you see that the list on 456? I'll give an opportunity to look at the list. And I just wanted to get your comment about what this list tells us about the intention of this document and the purpose and the interest it serves.
Yeah, being a sociologist, just one look. Number one is the intensive electricity energy users, Anglo-American, Sasol, all those who benefit from cheap electricity prices. And then it's the state and capital without ordinary people, without the working class, without labor. Yeah. So this is actually the downfall of South Africa, where state and capital are uniting against the interests of ordinary people. And the thing we have to notice, commissioners, it's not just about the working class and the poor. Even the black middle class get hit. Even parts of the white middle class get hit because the big guys prioritize their interests, at the expense of the smaller people. Yeah, so I see here it's Anglo-American, it's City of Cape Town, and you can see there, you won't find Umhlatuze local government, or local municipality. It's the big guys, Metropolitan, Cape Town, Tshwane. Can you see? Yeah. So, and of course, NERSA is there. Sasol, Polluter, Eskom is there.
Yes.
eThekwini municipality.
Let's not list all of them.
Let's not list, but just the question.
We just wanted to get your global response. Yes, go ahead.
All right. Okay. Then I'll just move then to the issue that has been raised by my learned colleague, the issue around illegal connections. I think you've responded to that. The issue of the culture of non-payment. I know in your framing you've denounced that there's even this idea of a culture of non-payment, but there is evidence to say there are people who are not paying. And is your submission that people should not pay? What is your response? Should people pay for electricity, or are you saying people should not pay and it is just for people not to pay for electricity? If I can just get clarity on your position on that.
Just link that question to the submission about decommodification.
Yes.
If you can answer the two together.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. So, within the capitalist system or capitalist provision of electricity, where it's bought and sold like a pair of shoes, there must be affordability. And affordability can be built in the tariff structure. And that's why I said regulation won't help. Because if you set up a tariff structure and then you get a regulator like NERSA this is what I found about NERSA. So there's this matrix they've developed. Now their job is just to implement it. So they say, no, Eskom, but the very structure is commodifying a basic necessity. Yeah. It's basically, if you don't have money, you won't get electricity. Unfortunately, under capitalism, if you don't have money, you won't eat. If you don't have money, you sleep under the bridge. That's not the kind of society you want to build.
And so I don't lose you, Doc, because I was just looking for more direct answer. Are you saying there should be payment, but it should be affordable? Or are you, just to sum up your thought, what are you saying about this issue of payment?
We should change the system of providing electricity, energy, so that it's not commodified.
Yes.
Yeah. Similarly, even with healthcare, it shouldn't be that just because I'm rich, when my kidney fails, I will live for the next 20 years, but the other guy, because he's not rich, they'll die within 2 years. That's wrong.
Okay. But you will appreciate that even with non-commodified services, there will still be a cost. Even to provide water, there's a cost. Even if you're saying it's non-commodified, maybe you'll provide it at a cost value. You won't be looking at profit, but there's always a cost to this. So who must then bear the cost of providing electricity in South Africa?
Given the current system,
yes,
there must be cross-subsidization.
Okay.
So the rich must help the poor.
Yes.
The former colonizer must help the former colonized. The oppressor, white privilege, must help black deprivation. That's the issue.
Okay. In response to the issue of affordability, NERSA also brought it up in their submissions, the issue of the free basic energy provision or electricity provision, to say, it is a response, it's a government response to dealing with the issues you are raising of affordability. And what is your take? Is it the free basic electricity provision, is it sufficient to respond to the issues that you've raised? If it is not, maybe you can just highlight what the issues are from your perspective.
Yeah, free basic electricity is a good policy given the current system, but the amount of electricity being provided to poor households is not enough. It's too little. Okay, yeah, so that's the issue. Secondly, free basic electricity must be linked to a tariff structure which we call a rising block system, whereby the more you use, especially the upper end, the more you pay, so that you subsidize the lower, the poorer, or those who use less. My last point, because this issue came up with NERSA saying NERSA monitors local government in the provision of free basic electricity. Research shows that these large metros like Cape Town, Johannesburg, they abuse the money they get from the government to provide free basic electricity. So they take, it's called the equitable share, which is there to help the poor. They use it to increase the money of the mayor. They use it to balance the books for I don't know what. So NERSA is not doing a good job, but I think the more important critique is why our local government, why these cities are actually shortchanging the poor, stealing the money from the poor to balance their books.
Okay.
So this is very important.
Maybe the second last question. You raised the issue that I think you said you said it's Orange Farm. I don't know the way people were paying 6,000 for. Is it Orange Farm?
Orange Farm, yes.
Okay, and Soweto 500 rands to reconnect or to fix the transformer.
Well, it's not just Soweto. Even Orange Farm now they'll now want 500. So their first. So this is a kind of diabolical game.
Okay, I'm still going to ask the question,
Yeah.
Doc. I just wanted, those basically the question I wanted to ask about that, because we received evidence yesterday that there is what is called a reconnection fee if you have connected illegally and you were cut. Then you have to pay this so-called reconnection fee. But what I wanted to understand that the amounts that you were talking about, is it in relation to the connection fee, or is this an amount now that every household, whether you were connected illegally or whether you have tampered with the system or not, you will have to pay from your research?
Yeah, it's blanket.
Okay.
If you happen to fall within that block.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes even if you are paying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's what I wanted to clarify. And the last question I wanted to ask was, I think is the proposition also that I put to NERSA, and they said there was no necessary correlation between the end of load shedding and the apparent rise of load reduction, where you see now nationally there's no load shedding, but we have these communities that are experiencing a load reduction. Just to get your thought on that, because there is that belief that it was achieved at the expense of the poor working class communities.
Well, to be honest, certain things happened which allowed ESCOM to stop load shedding for a while. One of them, that after COVID, there was a decline in business.
Okay.
So less people. Number two, because of load shedding, many rich people shifted to solar panels.
Okay.
Can you see? Yeah. But it's true that at the height of the crisis of load shedding, the rater introduced this dynamic, this mechanism of load reduction. So there will be that coincidence of, load shedding going down. So the problem with the government, they announce, we've done away with the energy crisis, load shedding has finished. It happened last week, yesterday. Yeah. Now, when the grid starts to shake, they want to take shortcuts. Yeah. And one shortcut is load reduction. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mokwasha.
Thank you so much, Chair, and once again, thank you to the doctor for his presentation. I think the historical context of the research is important for us to note. I'm going to ask you the last question that I asked to the representative of NERSA, and this is in terms of NERSA's own act, or the act that they use, the Energy Regulation Act, that speaks about should a licensee discriminate on a class of people, there is provisions or in terms of the act that allows them to revoke the license. And her response was that there are a number of considerations that need to take place. Based on your submission that this is energy racism, what would your suggestion be for NERSA to adhere to its own policy? And I think it's a recommendation that you've made to the Commission, that you're saying that there's discrimination, either based on race or geographical racism profiling. How do we then use the law for the betterment of those people?
Yeah, so NERSA has to embrace that, because I heard the commissioners were asking, what about this, what about that? No, it doesn't fall within our scope. That's why I was saying regulation is not enough. We need transformation, yeah. But given a regulator, it must do its job properly, which means not allowing vested interests, big business, to call the shots. Having the courage, the guts, to stare down Anglo-American. We all know, the big guys, they just phone the president, and that's it. And then NERSA is just told, do this. So I think just as during the struggle against apartheid, we need freedom fighters, people who are willing to put their neck on the block for progress, for justice. Yeah. So this whole thing of the struggle is over is when Steve Biko wrote his books, what worried him? I mean, those who've read, he said, when I look at my people, their backs are bent. They have low self-esteem. They must believe that being black is good. So I think this is what is happening to the masses in South Africa. Yeah, so they must be given their space. They must be given the respect they need. And our leaders must not keep on telling people that they know everything and we don't know anything.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I think you may have, he answered my question, my follow-up question. But thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to the issue of theft, so-called illegal connections. Now, you rightly say self-connection in the context where people are there, but there's no infrastructure, there's no connection. You find that in informal settlements and so forth, so-called informal settlements, where people say, we don't have a choice, we have not been electrified, we have not been normalized, therefore we'll connect ourselves. But we want to be normalized. So that's one part, self-connection. But would you consider there's also theft, which is separate from the imperative of self-connection?
Yeah, I can consider that within the context of understanding the socio-economic condition of the working class in South Africa. So at the moment, using the expanded definition, unemployment is 40%. Among the youth is 70%. Our social security system is useful, but half of it is tokenistic. 370 rand for a child. I mean, what can you do? And then, if you live in Johannesburg, I'm sure any part of South Africa, everything is just money. Everything is money, money, money. I don't know. The people are dying. Yeah. So, in the end, the granny must decide, should I buy electricity or buy a sack of meal?
That's right.
Okay. Or should I pay for my grandchild's crèche fees for this month or pay electricity? The good granny, always law-abiding, will try to balance until one of the kids say, Gogo, now we go down. We just connect ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. The issue of data and the non-existence of data. Now, you rightly say that sometimes ESCOM doesn't even have the data, doesn't know, what is it, how many households are here, who's connected, who has smart meters, who doesn't have smart meter. But would you also consider that part of the issue is also that there are unaccountable people, different from invisible people, but because of migration, because of the necessity to supplement income with backyard tenants,
Yes.
it's not the fault of ESCOM that they won't have the data.
Yes. So ESCOM, I think they like to see themselves as a standalone company, preferably corporation. But ESCOM is just part of the state. So if the state cannot provide enough houses, if the state cannot organize the movement of people, if the state cannot, we heard now that the last census, I don't know whether it's true or not, the numbers are not really to be trusted. Well, then it's ESCOM's problem and the state. Yeah, so ESCOM cannot just say, I also don't know, so I'm just going to cut them off or reduce. Yeah.
Let's summarize the impact of load shedding. So you've spoken about how we should understand it. We should understand it as collective punishment, as blanket punishment, akin to common purpose. You've also mentioned that it's energy racism. But help us to understand the impact on these communities. So those are the labels. But unpack for us, how do those communities feel, when there's no longer load shedding for the majority of people, but they continue to suffer from load reduction? Can we just, give us some vignettes, some stories that you have encountered?
Yeah, so that is experienced as an attack on the black community. And some people internalize it. They take it as a personal attack. And then they understand it as their own lack of self-worth. You know, I do this CPF thing, patrolling. So, you know, sometimes I stand with a guy for 2 hours. You know, just standing there. So we talk a lot. So, you know, I've come down now. But at first, I used to question everything he says. Like, there's nothing you can do. I said, what do you mean there's nothing you can do? You know, in Soweto, the people are like this. So people internalize that bad treatment, and then it undermines their confidence and their sense of self, their self-concept. This is what I hate the most, when people are made to feel less than others, less than what they can be. The best we want is that someone imagines himself or herself the best that they can become. But this system is doing the opposite. In the research, there is one line I remember. So they say, someone says, when it's dark, when there's no electricity, everything stops. So it's almost like your life stops. Yeah, so we all know, you know, I know blackness, whatever, color coding, but that darkness is associated with depression. So it's a very bad impact on human beings, and it creates a lot of anger, frustration. I have no doubt that some of it finds antisocial channels: drinking, drugs, violence, even xenophobia. You know, it's almost like, yeah, let's blame someone. Yeah, it's these people who come in. Yeah, so it's real bad. One point I'd like to make, Chair, is that we have to imagine, if there is electricity, then there is light. The child can study. Can you see? The medicine in the fridge can work. The small business person can do something. There can be more health. So actually, energy, affordable energy, clean energy, can help this country develop. It's a developmental mandate of this government of national liberation.
Let's end on that utopian transformative note. Dr. Ngwane, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for the work that you continue to do. As Commissioner Makwacha said, this historical narrative helps to situate our discussion, because our discussion is not only legal. What does the Constitution say? No. It's about understanding this from a socio-political perspective. So your research, together with Professor Bond, who will follow, very, very useful. Thank you so much, and you are excused. Thank you so much. Colleagues, apologies for running behind time. We will save time. I promise to let you go before. Yes. We have a presenter who's not coming, therefore we will save time. Therefore, I'll be able to let you go in reasonable time. Let's do this. Let's take lunch. Let's break for lunch. But can we truncate our lunch not for 45 minutes, but for 30 minutes, please? For 30 minutes, please. So we will be back at 1:10. We'll be back at 1:10. Thank you so much.
consideration. And in our testimonials, we've provided, especially in the written 24 January version, an explanation of why we think load reduction is partly because there isn't sufficient free basic electricity. And that means Eskom believes that it will require the rates of return from its supply to low-income communities, which it can't get. And it can't get them not only because of illegal connections, but because of the desperate poverty in the country. So part of what we want to argue is that cross-subsidization, which exists at a very minor level through free basic electricity, needs to be rethought. So much of the material that's in the written presentation is the theoretical, the philosophical argument that if you can supply a kilowatt hour to a low-income person, it's a much better use of that electricity than what I'll spend my time arguing now, which is, the abuse of that electricity by the energy-intensive users group members. So that's the essence of the first point. The second is especially acute because of the return of load shedding and the difficulty Eskom has, especially if we consider that it has used so much diesel energy to keep us off load shedding since last March. And now we've seen this last weekend a return to load shedding. So it strikes me that a state mandated redirection of this wealth depleting, that is the use of our non-renewable resources for smelting, for mineral processing, the wealth depleting excessive electricity consumption by multinational corporations should now change. And that means the electricity that they now use should go to the labor-intensive companies, to the small businesses, and to households. Here, there's obviously a gendered argument that I would suspect the South African Human Rights Commission is excessively interested in, because it's so vital to especially the divisions of labor between men and women in the household, where we have patriarchy and therefore where women are expected to have especially cooking and other chores that require electricity. And if it's not there because the electricity intensive users group, there's a load reduction problem specifically for women that can be solved if you take it up as a challenge. So let me continue specifically by reminding just how appalling the real price of electricity, that is above the inflation rate, which you see there in the bottom line. And you see that between especially 2007 and today, electricity has gone up by 4.6 times the inflation rate. But it's worse because the largest scale consumers, 27 companies that use 42% of the electricity, but provide only 4% of the jobs, as I'll show you, they are not paying anywhere near that because of the special pricing agreements that especially relate to two companies. The two biggest consuming units for Eskom are BHP Billiton's South 32 smelter. It's the Hillside smelter in Richards Bay. It imports bauxite, mostly from Australia, a little bit from the west coast of Africa. And that bauxite is smelted with our ultra-cheap electricity. The same thing happens a few dozen kilometers up the coast, a couple hundred k's up the coast from Richards Bay at the Mozal smelter just next to Maputo. And again, it's the same company, BHP Billiton. It used to be Gencor, and the finance minister, who was chosen by F.W. de Klerk in 1992, his name, Derek Keyes, had come directly from Gencor. And as Gencor was making a transition to become Billiton and then BHP Billiton, he was the man in the apartheid regime who allowed the resources that Gencor, essentially Afrikaner mining capital, had allowed to, in a sense, escape to buy Shell's Billiton, and that merged with BHP, Broken Hill Properties, to become the largest mining house in the world. It's currently the largest by market capitalization. Glencore is the largest by revenue. And that company, the largest by market capitalization, the largest mining house in the world, gets a special pricing agreement. We haven't heard the latest. It was an extremely difficult struggle in the early 2010s, conducted by a group, Earthlife Africa, to learn that at that stage, the price per unit, a kilowatt hour, was just 30 South African cents per kilowatt hour. We are of the understanding that that hasn't changed much. There is obviously an inflation write-up, but it is nowhere near the cost of producing electricity, nowhere near the average that any of you are looking at your own electricity bill, when I looked at my city power bill, it was in the range of £2.60 per kilowatt hour. So you see an extraordinary discount, sort of 1/8 the price paid by the biggest company in mining in the world for not even processing South African minerals. It's really only coal that comes from South Africa that goes into the aluminium. It's the imported bauxite. And they chose this because at the time in 1992, when this special pricing agreement was arrived at, there was an excess supply of electricity because Eskom had built way too many coal-fired power plants. Because before 1985, there was an assumption that the price of gold would be very high. It came down from 1979. And then it took quite a long time before Eskom started mothballing its coal-fired power plants. So it had about 30% extra capacity, which then it said to companies like Columbus Steel in eMalahleni and BHP Billiton, come and have our cheap electricity. And that's the core of the problem, that Eskom and then NERSA, the first regulator, failed to put an end to that. And they've regretted themselves because it's an enormous waste of money, partly because the profits go from BHP Billiton's South 32 Hillside smelter back to Melbourne, the headquarters, and because the backward-forward linkages that you would want in a major industrial facility are simply not there by all accounts. There are also municipal customers within the EIUG because they're given big discounts. There are special economic zone customers given big discounts. So we, because of Eskom's opaque policies, it's secretive, right? A special pricing agreement. It took years to get by journalists, by activists, to get a sense of what the price is. But we can't tell you what you, the municipal customer, we can tell you your price, but we can't tell you what the big boys are paying. And that's part of the problem that I hope that SAHRC can address, because these 27 companies are underdeveloping South Africa. They're not developing. Now, it's not all 27. They are pretty much all multinational corporates that use the very high electricity intensive and capital intensive production systems where greenhouse gases are not only given out or emitted in the process of the energy that goes in, but also in the production process. The process emissions are enormous. And that in turn is going to lead very much to the problem of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, climate sanctions. When we think Donald Trump with his maniacal tariffs are going to hurt South Africa, they certainly will. AGOA is probably dead, and aluminium and steel and petrochemicals and automobiles are going to be badly hit when Trump, as you've heard in the last couple of days, takes out what I believe is a racist project on South Africa. But as you know, he's also completely committed to tariffs. And so we're going to lose perhaps like Newcastle. They're going to lose probably $3 billion a year of their output because of the rise in tariffs and the end of AGOA. I think we can safely predict that we're going to have major problems with the Trump regime. But that's not the only problem. On January 1 next year, the European Union will start climate sanctions against South Africa. Now, if you're a third world nationalist or a labor leader, some of you are in the House, that's wonderful, you'll be angry at the imperialism of the Europeans, the hypocrisy. That may be so, but it's going to be very hard to avoid that the new taxes that are going to hit South Africa very hard, starting January 1, for exports of these energy-intensive products to Europe. And then on January 1, 2027, the exports to the UK, because the UK will adopt the CBAM, right, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, in 2027. So this is just to say that the desperation by the EIUG, these 27 companies that use 42% of the electricity, it's going to become very, very serious. And the reason is that their markets will have to shift to BRICS countries that don't have much of an environmental consciousness and don't have a high carbon tax of their own. Just as one reflection of the carbon taxes, South Africa is currently 38 cents per kilowatt hour in US dollar terms, and the Europeans are around 80, and the UK is part of the scheme, about $80 per ton. That's in their EU emissions trading scheme. So you see the huge difference in what let's say, the damage, the price correlation to the damage. So I'll get into that a little bit more, but I'm just putting the target right out there. This is an especially obnoxious use of electricity because there are only 300,000 jobs, according to the EIUG, that they can attribute to the 27 multinational corporates that export their profits and take such enormous accounts of our electricity. And in the testimonials, I put some of the business critics, including Derek Cooper, the former CEO of Standard Bank, who raised this problem with BHP Billiton to then President Thabo Mbeki in February 2008, the big controversial event, plus many others who've commented that the need to redistribute electricity from the EIUG, here are their logos, so you kind of see what they're about. 75% is deep mining and the especially carbon-intensive aspects of smelting and processing. Now, when we hear about the abuse of electricity and people say, well, it's the townships and they're not paying their bills, I really point to the EIUG. And I think it is something that not only we have to understand, because I'm at the Alternative Mining Indaba here in Cape Town, as electricity abuse, but it's also the abuse of South Africa's sovereign wealth. That is, let's call them the natural resources that these EIUG firms are overwhelmingly bringing up, causing degradation and pollution of local land, air, water, and bodies of workers and community residents, and displacement of people, gendered violence, human rights are being violated. We've seen through centuries, well, since Cecil Rhodes originated migrant labor and workplace safety and disease problems associated with the mining industry, appalling destruction of the family units, appalling social reproduction subsidies required from women who, at a long distance, make sure workers get into the mines ultra cheap for big business to have the highest profit rates in the world during the apartheid regime. But still today, when the commodity prices go through the roof, as they did between 2002 and 2015, and between 2020 and 2022, huge profits, windfall profits that our government has really failed to tackle, to address. There are also destructions of sacred sites and the common spaces and the cultural rights associated with the extracted goods that the EIUG is abusing. We also see a kind of elite formation that is profoundly toxic. We could use examples like the Marikana investor, who happens to be the state president now, and his investment and the emails he sent. But the Human Rights Commission remembers that well. But divide and conquer politics are what I'm hearing at the Alternative Mining Indaba, a profound part of this, because of the extent to which there are co-opted members of communities who will take the benefits and put the costs onto the communities and broadly. There are also, with the US government becoming completely transparent, but not just the US. I mean, the French government got South Africa to put the SANDF into northern Mozambique in 2021. They were just withdrawn in recent months to be redeployed, tragically, into the DRC. So we have imperialism with the extraction and then the abuse of electricity that goes with profiting from taking these minerals, and in the case of northern Mozambique, the gas. Sub-imperialists, that is the way many will describe the SANDF and its role in places like the Central African Republic on behalf of companies connected to Chancellor House, well documented, and then, of course, local turf conflicts. Now, I'd like to focus on a couple of things in the remaining minutes, because what the EIUG does with our scarce electricity, with great discounts in price, is skew our economy. The term often used is Dutch disease because they raise the value of the currency because of their exports. And that's a problem for any primary exporting country. So commodity exporters have this problem. It means that we underdevelop our manufacturing. And that's particularly the case with the scarce electricity being especially to these big companies instead of labor-intensive industries, small businesses, and households. There are, as well, as we've seen just the last year and a half, extraordinary problems when price volatility hits. So the massive layoffs, or especially what we've seen with ArcelorMittal, that is the shutting down of many of its foundries because of a relatively low global steel price and Chinese dumping, but a volatility in these industries. The big companies associated with the EIUG are amongst those guilty of illicit financial flows, taking their profits out both legally but also through transfer pricing and other techniques. And Lonmin, under President Ramaphosa, then the major investor, was a clear example of that, moving vast amounts to Bermuda. Then what I'll just mention now a little bit more, because it's in the news a little bit more, is the stealing of the minerals. That's the term used for Stilfontein miners from the neighboring states, especially Mozambique and Zimbabwe. We've heard a lot about stealing. Now, I find that terribly ironic, first utterly xenophobic, but also because of the historic use of regional migrant labor by white mining houses, which didn't pay those workers in any way beyond the survival costs. And they then stole. And when I say steal, it's a technical term that we should be using, which is the depletion of non-renewable resources, and what we, within political ecology, will call it unequal ecological exchange. So it's South Africa giving up to the world markets our non-renewable resources at an excessively cheap price. That also affects, what I'll point out now, are the rights of future South Africans, your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and so forth. And then finally, the fossil fuel emissions that come not only in the electricity, but also in the smelting and refining processes. They're extremely high and put us as the third highest country in the world amongst those with 10 million people or more in the category of emissions per person per unit of output. We have an incredibly inefficient economy because we've given so much electricity so cheaply to the EIUG members. We should have regulation, but I really want to make the point that the Human Rights Commission needs to tell NERSA, the main regulator, that they should really rethink the underlying ideology, which is a Washington consensus ideology for efficient financial markets to reflect the price signals, right, with an accurate cost of supply and associated price levels. And that should take the entire electricity sector. And the people that wrote that had an underlying agenda, which was to get rid of the free basic electricity, this tokenistic 50 kilowatt hours per household per month. And at the moment, the difficulty is showing what an efficient electricity price would be. But what I'm going to argue is that NERSA ignores the efficient market signals because it ignores the climate-related aspects. Now, in the Human Rights Commission, I'm certain you've done some consideration of this appalling process in which our droughts, such as here in Cape Town in 2017 and 18, or our floods, such as that which killed 500 people, and the Durban rain bomb of April 12, 2022, or the wildfires, or any of these excessive, let's say, natural disasters that are actually caused by the climate catastrophe, requiring us to consider two words that are in our National Environmental Management Act: polluters pays, right? That means if you are emitting, when I flew here from Cape Town on a Fly Sapphire, I probably emitted about 1/5 of a ton of CO2, and I'll fly back and emit another 1/5 of a ton. And the question is, what should our payments be, and how should we structure that within our electricity system? But also recognize public goods, that if you supply a household with electricity, you're supplying them with a means of avoiding cooking with charcoal or kerosene or paraffin or wood or coal. And if you can avoid doing that, the particulate matter in the house will go down, because the dirty energy used when electricity is not available due to load reduction or load shedding or excessive prices, that electricity can bring down the public health costs, because the particulate matter, where South Africa is one of the worst in the world, because especially of all of our sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxide coming from especially the Mpumalanga area, where not only Eskom but Sasol is polluting. And the Department of Environment, the ministers, both the current minister, Deon George, and his predecessors, have completely failed to basically put a limit on these very deathly emissions. But it's also the effect of the greenhouse gases that come from those very emissions that we desperately need. Polluter pays, that is to put a genuine carbon tax. And I can talk about the prices that might be appropriate if you like. We still are getting 85% of our energy from coal-fired generation. So I think what the Human Rights Commission should advocate is more consideration of the social cost of carbon. It's a term that's used by scientists to assess the damage that's done if you emit a ton of CO2. So what did I just ask myself? What should I pay for having flown here to Cape Town from Joburg? So if it's let's say 40 or 0.4 of a ton of carbon, then I must ask the next question: what is the damage, the social cost of carbon from a ton of emissions? And the answer from South African Treasury is not much. I can just ignore it. If it's just, I'm going to use dollars now for international comparison, if it's just 38 cents a ton, then the damage I've just done is negligible and I shouldn't pay my climate debt. However, if the Treasury is under pressure from big business, especially the energy intensive users group, which I know it is, then it's going to undercut the actual social cost of carbon. What should the social cost of carbon be? Donald Trump will tell you it's $1 a ton. He'll be putting that, as he did from 2017 to 2020, back in the coming days. However, what Joe Biden had said, his Environmental Protection Agency had put it at $187. As I mentioned, the European Union social cost of carbon in the form of the EU emissions trading scheme. That is, if you emit a ton in Europe, you should be paying $80. And what Sweden currently charges its customers, its businesses, is $132 a ton. But what should it be? Well, the World Economic Forum looked at it along with the National Bureau of Economic Research. Now, you can't tell me those are going to be biased, against corporates. They're the heart of corporate power, the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. And they have admitted that it should be $1,056 a ton. Now, as I said, we're paying 38 cents a ton here in South Africa. And the $1,056 a ton that we should be paying, the social cost of carbon, is something I hope the Human Rights Commission takes seriously. Because if you don't, it means we're getting these inefficient market signals. Now, of course, the human right to electricity, which is in the Constitution, as the right to a clean and healthy environment, which is in your house. If you don't have electricity and you're burning coal, you will be violating your own rights to having a clean environment. So having electricity more explicitly stated as a component of a healthy environment, I hope is something no one in the House today will disagree with. Because if we do, then we should get the prices right, both for the lifeline, which I'll come to, that is the free basic electricity, but also the high carbon products. Because if we currently are incentivizing the kind of abuse I'm describing by the EIUG, the 27 companies, using 42% of the electricity and only creating 4% of the jobs, if we can get the prices right and charge them more and cross-subsidize, so we get more ordinary people, especially about 65% of South Africans who live under what is an adequate poverty line, 65 Rand per day. It's an adjusted upper bound poverty line. Then we will get serious about using the price techniques. Now, when NERSA talks about having financial viability of the electricity sector in its entirety, I would still insist, and I've tried to make this case to NERSA without success, that we should be considering a financial viability model that builds in the risks of climate crisis and the sanctions, not from Trump, who doesn't care about the climate, but the sanctions that are coming from Europe next year and the UK the year after, but also the risks of social unrest, which partly are sparked on various occasions, service delivery protests, by electricity prices or lack of access, including load reduction, including illegal connections, which might cause electrocutions or certainly are undermining the integrity of the grid. So what I'd love to see the Human Rights Commission engage with is a pricing debate with not just NERSA and our electricity and energy minister and the biggest companies in the country, but up to the level of the presidency, where they have a presidential climate commission, which I can assure you has just been frightened to take on this. In my discussions with some of the officials, they're simply not ready to take on the major emitters, greenhouse gas emitters. Now, the presentation has a variety of things that are about let's say, fighting back against those who say that, Professor Bond, you will undermine our GDP. And what I'd like to say is, yes, I think that's right. The GDP isn't an appropriate measure because of the things that it's missing. it misses resource depletion, it misses pollution, it misses unpaid women's and community work. So if we do a correction to GDP, and I'm not the only one, by the way, the World Bank uses not the genuine progress indicators you see here, the correction of all of those problems you can see makes a huge difference if you do take seriously the areas that I've just pointed out, resource depletion, that we have our platinum, our gold, our iron ore, our manganese, our coal, and many other minerals that are gone forever when we use them. But GDP is still being used. There is a group in the World Bank who've taken seriously Gro Harlem Brundtland and Bernard Chidzero, the former Zimbabwean finance minister, when they developed the concept of sustainable development, which is about development meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations, because we draw too heavily, too quickly on already overdrawn environmental resource accounts. Our children will inherit the losses. We borrow environmental capital from future generations with no intention or prospect of repaying. Why is this so terribly important? We have a lot of rhetoric. It's the third of the major themes of the G20 that South Africa hosts this year, sustainability. We had the World Conference on Sustainable Development, the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg in 2002. But I'll argue, I don't think you can rebut that South Africa is not yet serious. And several of our greatest writers in the field who look at this then worked in the World Bank, like Herman Daly, and developed measures of the mineral wealth and the metals wealth. And you can see South Africa in the period 1995 to 2018, and I'll send an update. So you have the most recent from the Changing Wealth of Nations 2024, which came out in November, and it shows dramatic decline in South Africa's wealth. And the question is always to be asked, well, what do we get from that wealth? Partly we get massive emissions. And as I say, we're